dirty Skywalker blood. And in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? What happened?
What do you want?
You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, you guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
You might. There's something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're
Nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary. 'Tis but a scratch. A scratch? Well, what's that then? I've heard worse. You liar! Come on, you pansy! Victory is mine. Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
I have you now. What? You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Right here.
Cocainum.
Like a rock.
Perhaps you referred to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it. May the Force be with us.
Greetings, programs! Together, we have achieved a great many things.
You two were really the brainchilds behind the story. How much did you guys look at the extended universe and the extremely large canon of books that have been written around the Star Wars universe when you decided to make this? Or was it more looking at Return of the Jedi and just figuring out how you guys feel it should have gone?
Hey, you want to take it?
I think it had more to do with Jedi and the continuation of 4, 5, and 6. This is 7. I think, we were aware, we're respectful of the canon, but we really wanted to tell a story that interested us and delighted us, and we didn't really want any rules and parameters particularly. We just said, well, we can do anything we want with this story. What would be the most fun thing to do on this page and the next page and the page after that? And that was sort of the guiding principle, I think, more than the canon or anything that had come before.
I feel a responsibility to not just maintain, but help be a part of what pushes it all forward, and keeps it viable and exciting for future storytellers. And Kathy's really leading that charge, which is great to have her here. So she's about every movie I like, she's produced. So it's kind of mind-blowing.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology, spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology,
spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
You have to have a team of people
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream.
Star Wars: A New Hope. Not My Star Wars Deep Dive, Part 3. You guys got yourselves a ship. Part 3, hopefully. Part 3 again. Part 3 of 50. How's everyone doing? Let's see what you guys are talking about. He's not a smuggler yet. That's Disney Star Wars. Continuing on with their fan fiction. We all know he's a smuggler, but, you know. Make sure you guys can hear me. I was messing around with the mic earlier. Yeah. All right. Greetings, programs. I'm thinking of doing a stream of me building Boba Fett's head. That'd be cool. Hope your day and night is good. Hope yours is good as well. The bot is running. Finally Friday. Yes, finally Friday. For me, it goes by very fast. Every day it's like a blur. But, yep. Since I work at home, I'm my own boss, my own schedule, so I don't really recognize the days. I'm pissed about what Marvel Disney is doing about Han. Marvel is trash. Yeah, they've been trash for a while. Keep going. Keep doubling down. Bestest ever. I should clip Doomcock saying that. How to tag highlight user. Just use @ and then start typing and their name should pop up. Luke Unleashed. Fade in. Yes. You must always fade in on Not My Star Wars.
Fade in.
For adding more to it, yes. I agree. Thanks, buddy. I agree. Let's see, what do we got? Not My Star Wars, Darth Kathleen, Not My Star Wars. Proud new member, there you go. Happy to have you. Very happy to have you, buddy. Just checking something real quick. All right. It's funny how it emails me that I'm live. Screwball YouTube. Does it email you guys? Well, you have to request. In your settings, you can set that if you get emails or not. Email notifications. All right, where are we at? There you go. And I see a video man. It's George's universe. He can expand on it. You can make a Cat King or Crystal Rain or a planet populated by goth girls. The last one would be my favorite planet if it was in Star Wars. There you go. Video man. He's on the loose. Yes, my mascot. Do it. Use the force on the subscribe and like. You will like this video. I doubt George has any malicious bones in his body. I doubt it as well. He's probably a very nice person. He's I don't want to say strict boss, but he was a pretty serious boss. But I've never heard anything bad about him, to tell you the truth. It makes every scene better. Yes, it does. By the way, welcome, Mysterious Stranger VA. I don't recognize that name, so I grew up in Maryland. The real part 3 of A New Hope, yes. I vote for finishing. Yeah, we're going to do that. Show us the face you made after watching episode 9. I don't know that I can replicate that face. You might turn to stone. George Lucas Star Wars, real Star Wars. May the Force be with you, Darth Vader. Kazin loser. Shortest one, but it takes longer to watch. Yeah. Darth Vader, the Lord of the Sith, is here. The Dark Lord of the Sith. I gave up on Disney Star Wars about a third of the way through Force Awakens, skipped every other Star Wars film after, despite being a massive fan since about 3 or 4. Gets old. Yep. Merge the trilogies like a train into another train. Kaboom. There you go. This new intro. 4 minutes of A New Hope and 11 hours of chat, possibly. There he is, The Rock himself. When people are so desperate for good news, they'll believe that the president of the company isn't allowed on the set of a show they are producing. Yeah. That's funny, you know. It's hilarious to think that the president of Lucasfilm and executive producer of The Mandalorian wouldn't be allowed on the set of The Mandalorian. It's pretty ridiculous. Meanwhile, she has the keys and probably goes there at night when no one's around. A bunch of people got excited about Sebastian Stan today. Oh, he's going to do the Luke Skywalker. He never said any of that. I almost cried when Luke died. Not because one of my childhood heroes was leaving, but because he went out sitting. Yeah. Hello there. Same to you, Jedi Radic. A vessel named Vessel. A ship named Ship. And a rock named Rock. We'll call this rock Rip. He's Geode's cousin. Get a proper mic, especially when you go on podcasts. Well, when the channel starts making money, maybe I can buy a mic. Right now I can't. The real smuggler's Ray. She's the key to everything. The bestest ever. Yes. David Dennis. Han Solo is a trans non-binary lesbian trapped in a man's body with a fake mangina. I thought that was Lando. They officially made him pansexual. He's what was it? They made him the honorary symbol of gay pride or some crap they did. It feels like when Stanley died, Marvel died. Yep. Gordon, salutations to you too, buddy. Andre Oliveira released the sequel trilogy. It doesn't exist, so that's a waste of time. Hello there, Gordon. That video is blocked. George was bashing on Disney. Yeah, my video is there. I was the one that discovered that video. I posted that on January 12th. All of a sudden, everybody's talking about this video last week. I posted that way back on January 12th. Anyways, my video is there, so if you ever want to see his interview, it's there. Hi, Kathleen Kennedy Slayer. Sorry for the last live. Yeah, you and Homeboy were going at it. Chill out. I'm going to check out the new merch. Thanks, appreciate it. There's tons of stuff there, and if there's anything else you want, just let me know. I'll strive to be a bit less talkative in the stream than the last, so we can fulfill the initial purpose. I won't rage again because I accepted Jesus. Well, that's good. Next will be a Jedi named Jedi. Blue Snaggletooth, nice to see you. A New Hope feels more George Lucas than any other Star Wars film. Yeah, you can say that. I want Rip the Rock action figure, and I want it now. Yeah. There's like 30 of them in your backyard. Yeah, pretty much at this point, according to Disney. $30 mic on my channel. Look up microphone on Amazon. Do I get a saying? No. Yeah, but for that, I might as well spend 60 or 80 bucks on a very good mic. So either way, right now I don't have any way to get one. So it'll wait. When I can, I will. It's just that simple. All right. Well, I suppose we could get right to the movie. All right. Tuesday live show you were on? That was a members only stream. So all the members except for one didn't show up. Or you're talking about the one where you went and visited? No, I think you were the only one that I recognized. Actually, there was that one other guy, IE whatever, with all his numbers. He was like, "This stream is boring. I'm leaving." Remember, if you remember that? But it was just you. I don't know if anybody else went and watched it, but it's there in the community. D Pensac, that's always on his iPad and doesn't see the community tab. You miss all kinds of stuff there, buddy. Your mic is fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, I make videos. I hear myself. I hear my streams. I seem to sound fine. I do want to get a nicer mic, but that's why it hasn't been like an emergency, because I've made 100 videos and they all sound pretty damn good. So, but that is the next thing. In fact, I was going to get the mic or some merch, and I figured it's smarter to get merch so you guys can actually see, behold the tombstone. You were there. Loud and clear. Cool. Like, okay, kids. Yeah, they were, I mean, most of them were younger. They invited me, so I don't mind. Why does Boba Fett wear a skirt now? Because Disney, that's why. It's because Tamara Morrison has like this native warrior dance, which you've maybe seen him do. And in that tribe or whatever, that's part of their gear or whatever, that kind of skirt. So he adopted it into the Boba Fett. I don't hate it, but I'd much rather him with his cape, with his poncho. Yeah. Why did you look? Because Disney. Darth. Lego Darth. We got Darth and Lego Darth. Nice. The dark side is strong tonight. CGI. R.I.P. I'm Leia Skywalker. Are you? She now sports the scowl of woke culture. Yes, she does. She definitely has a scowl. I use a tablet and phone for community posts. Yeah. The thing is, I don't know that happens on Android. I'm sure it doesn't, because Android's far superior to Apple. But anyways, D uses an iPad, and he can't see the community tab for some stupid reason on his iPad. So Who knows? You're the only Star Wars channel that has factual information on Star Wars. The others show false information, like the one said Darth Vader had flashbacks when he saw Obi-Wan for the first time in a while. Okay. A lot of that comes from, there's two reasons that happens. One, because there's people that start imagining what they want to see in Star Wars. And when you start to imagine something long enough, you start to believe it. When you start to believe it, now it starts to come out of your mouth. The other reason that happens is because when you do stuff like theories all the time, you're reading Disney stuff, and you start to get mixed up on what was Disney and what was George Lucas. So now you're talking about stuff like Darth Vader did this, and this happened, and this Jedi, and the first Mandalorian Jedi, and all this nonsense. It's all Disney fan fiction. None of that is EU or George Lucas Star Wars. Now, part of that is I'm old enough to know the old Star Wars before Disney. You know, I grew up with all of that stuff before Disney bought it. So you got younger people that get all confused and excited with, oh, but I saw this in Rebels, and I saw that on Clones, and I read this in a comic book, and now it gets all jumbled up in their brains. A big part of that happens because they don't know the original canon, true Star Wars, well enough to differentiate the newer stuff. It's easy to get jumbled up because I look at this stuff all the time. But I don't get mixed up because I have so much experience with the original Star Wars. So for me, I already know, like, does that fall in this timeline or does that fall in Disney's? But anyways, that comes from, one, knowing the franchise so long, and two, not getting, I don't like get into any of the Disney stuff. So it doesn't conflict my memories or mess up my mind. That's the thing. There's so many people that say, but Darth Vader did this and this person did that. And it's like, no, they didn't. In a Disney comic book, Charles Soule said that Darth Vader did that. The bleeding the crystals and all kinds of stuff. It's all Disney bullshit. JEDI made a fantastic symbolic headstone for Disney Star Wars. Hopefully will become the literal headstone if we get it back into his hands. That would be amazing. But everybody's now starting to use that stupid release the George Lucas sequel trilogy. It doesn't exist. They just made a painting of Leia with her legendary lightsaber in front of the Empire that fell. Break out my laptop. You miss a ton of stuff on community posts. Not that I'm not saying that it's the end of the world, but how are you getting the community posts? Is that an iPad or is that an Android? Because D seems to have a problem seeing them. I don't know if the size of the screen, or I don't know what's going on there. It should work. I mean, it's responsive, so. D, do you have the option to change from like mobile view to desktop view? Most likely, right? So try that on your tablet. That might make the difference. Star Wars Theory has a video about what would have happened if Ahsoka was at the temple during Order. Anakin would have killed her. Yeah, I saw the title, but I didn't watch the video. But it's stuff like that. Like, why are you doing that? You're just perpetuating the Disney mess. Now you're bringing Ahsoka into Order 66. Like, you're purposely putting her there and convoluting this mess more. Because there's people that don't know the difference. There's people that are like, oh, wow, she would have been in Order 66, and maybe she would have survived Anakin, and blah, 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 blah. That's why I don't watch his videos, because he does damage, adds more damage to the problem. He creates more problems with shit like that. Ahsoka, Order 66 against Anakin. It's like, who is a woman for the Star Wars official stuff? You mean the redhead in the videos? That's Kristen Baver. She's the host of Star Wars This Week, I think it's called. She's been there a while, a year or two. Finally, someone who agrees. Joshua Nice or Nice. Not sure which part you're agreeing with, but Anakin wouldn't have spared her. He would have killed her. Absolutely, he would have. He was Darth Vader. Star Wars is okay. We are really here for dead girls. There you go. Where's dead girls? Just because he loved her doesn't mean he would have let her live. No, he would absolutely struck her down. Well, hello there. Rock squishes penis mechanic. Dildo mechanic. Oh boy. I'll be 36 on May 14th. Same day George will turn 77. 30 less than George Lucas. Community post does not work with iPad. You're missing out on the world, buddy. Apple. I'd rather open Windows than bite a rotten apple. Fun fact, the actor who played Jango Fett plays Aquaman Dad in Aquaman. Correct. Android, tablet, and phone. That's why. He's working with dinosaur tech. Have you watched Guardians of the Galaxy? It gets compared sometimes to Star Wars. I've seen most of the first one. I'm not really into it. I don't know why it would get compared to Star Wars. I think it's really different. Mark Damon, welcome. I don't recognize you. I'm surprised Ahsoka is supposedly still alive. She's not. She dies before Order 66 per George Lucas. So, again, Disney fan fiction. It's not Star Wars. Probably could download mobile YouTube for the tablet. That too. I know this is not canon, but how did Moff Gideon get the Darksaber? No, it was not explained. So we don't even know if he killed somebody. He might have just taken it. We don't know. They never explained it. But considering he wasn't that great of a fighter, I don't know who he would have killed for it. Because whoever had it probably was a pretty good fighter. So again, Disney doesn't think things through. Would you not want to see George Lucas's vision with his version of the sequel trilogy? Of course I would, but it doesn't exist, and he would never do it under Disney. So that's why we must sell Lucasfilm. The only way you're going to see that trilogy is if George Lucas buys back Star Wars. The treatments exist, but a George Lucas cut does not exist. Send likes to the stream if you haven't already. Yes, do that. She wouldn't have survived Anakin. He would have killed her. Just because it's a character we love doesn't mean they're going to make it. Well, Dave would have made her survive. He did make her survive, so. No ill towards that woman. No, nobody's attacking her. There's a few comments, but for the most part, it's not anybody attacking her. It's just everybody's fed up with fucking Disney Lucasfilm. Star Wars theory is joke. He makes all this bullshit about deeper meaning of Pacific Star Wars. Pacifist? Or specific? Not sure what you mean there. Star Wars scenes that don't make sense. No, that's why his name is Theory. And if you like that, I mean, cool, you know, if you like just making up shit and theorizing on what is in front of you, okay. But I don't want to theorize about an apple. I want to bite an apple. I don't want to theorize about a woman. I want to know her. I don't want to theorize about Star Wars. I want to know the canon and talk about it and enjoy the actual Star Wars, not create videos and talk about what I think Star Wars is or what I want Star Wars to be. And there's nothing wrong with that, like having a conversation like that. But making a whole channel based on that? Apple sucks. I can't argue that. Not if Filoni gets his way. Yeah. Because you said hello there. There you go. Just like how Star Wars and Star Trek get compared. Moff got the Darksaber like Sabine did, picked it up off the floor. Possible. Totally possible. Sell Lucasfilm. You want to see George's trilogy? That's how. We forced them to sell Lucasfilm. Because otherwise, you're never going to see it. Is this a fact? Can you source that he would not do it under Disney if he had full creative control? He wouldn't ever have. Use your brain. He sold the franchise, gave them his treatments, and was signed on as a consultant. They threw away his treatments and told him, we don't need you as a consultant. We're going to do something totally different. Why would he come and do Star Wars when they're just going to go right behind him and change it and do whatever they want to do anyways? He will never do anything under Disney Star Wars, dude. Use your brain. So the only way is if he bought it, because Disney's not going to allow him to come in, have full creative control. And because at the end of the day, Iger's or somebody, Chapek's going to come along and be like, well, but I want this in Star Wars. I want to see this. You got to do that. That's not full creative control. The only way to have full creative control is to own it. Kathleen is a big problem, but she's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is the mouse's gloves own that movie, own Star Wars. That's the problem. And as long as Mickey has it, it's going to be this bullshit. If you get rid of, and I'll counter you with, do you have a source of him ever working on anything on Star Wars? No, because he hasn't, and he won't. Watch my videos. You'll see. There's plenty of proof that he hasn't and won't. If you get rid of the scenes where Ahsoka's at the meeting and had her fall off of the ship, Rex was flying, I probably would have cried. If you got rid of the scenes where Ahsoka at the meeting and had her fall off the ship, Rex was flying. Oh, yeah. I still say she should have died, like, saving Yoda or Anakin or whatever. I don't know. Do I subscribe to their YouTube channel? Yeah. I have a profile on their site, but I don't have a premium membership. I'm back. Oh, boy. Say sorry to God. Darth Maul really survived the battle between Obi-Wan and the Phantom Menace? In canon, no. You saw him. He got chopped in half, and that's the end. Oh, boy. So speculation, cool. That's all I wanted to know. Yeah, and I wasn't trying to, like, scold you or anything. Just know that there's people that want that. Don't get me wrong. If George came and he had full control and made a sequel trilogy, I would be all for that. But he's not going to do that under Disney. That's the thing. It's never going to happen. So the only way that that's going to happen is to get him to buy it back. It's the only way. He will never, ever do it under Disney. So anyone that's saying that is just totally guessing, pulling it out of their ass, because he hasn't had anything to do with Star Wars at all, man. He's building his museum, and he's with his wife, and he just did an interview not long ago, 6 months ago, and he says it. That's not my Star Wars. I'm not involved in that at all. So sequels are like novels. Like the novels I don't read. They're there, but not canon. Nope. So you support the Jews in Disney? Oh, boy. I mean, yes. Oh, boy. I guess. Oh, boy. Did you, like, you just switched like that? Oh, there's two of you. Oh, Lordy. So do you have, oh my God. What the hell? Oh, boy. They're multiplying. All right. Well, I guess we'll get to the film. I'm at 49:17. Han is literally saying, okay, you guys got yourselves a ship. And here we go. We'll leave as soon as you're ready. Docking Bay 94. Stormtroopers looking around. All right, we'll check it out. $17,000. This guy must be really desperate. This could really save my neck. Get back to the ship. Get it ready. You'll have to sell your speeder. I'm never coming back to this planet again. Going somewhere solo? Yes, Greedo. Tell Job I've got his money. Every bounty hunter in the galaxy will be looking for you. I'm lucky I found you first. This time I've got the money. If you give it to me, I might forget I found you. I don't have it with me. Tell Jabba. Jabba's through with you. He has no time for smugglers. Oh, Disney. If you give it to me, I might just forget I found you. I don't have it with me. Tell Jabba. Jabba's through with you. He has no time for smugglers. That's what he just said. What Greedo just said. He has no time for smugglers. Just a second. Oh, boy. Oh, God. Yes. Dave Filoni does all the opposite. Yes. It's me trying to troll you. Oh, yeah. I secretly work for Disney. There's an old EU comic that is well before Disney era that Maul's surviving, and he tracked Obi-Wan to Tatooine, but Uncle Owen ended up killing Maul by shooting him in the head. All right. You're getting timed out. No time for smugglers, yeah. I'm going to have to. Everyone knows that you're not my Star Wars. Yes. He works for Disney's Secret and is Kathleen Kennedy's brother. You got me. 50-32. He has no time for smugglers. Too funny. Oh, Disney. Maybe you should have watched the movies. Let's keep going. Who dropped their shipments at the first sign of an Imperial cruiser. Even I get bored sometimes. Do you think I had a choice? Hold on a second. Now that I'm right here. Might as well screenshot it. Come on. There we go. Oh. Okay. Just a second. Here's the link, Adaptive Writer. Cartoon Network's Clone Wars should be run by George Lucas. Is really Kathleen Kennedy. Disney employee trying to discredit us. I want to get hired at Lucasfilm to see how it is, and I can finally expose if I find evidence. Okay. He's Bob Iger, who works at Lucasfilm. Yes, correct. I am not my Star Wars. Sorry, I'm late. Had to leave your Discord. Too many anime fans, which usually promote pedophilia. In my Discord? By the way, you come up as Facebook user, which is fine. But if you go to the bottom of the description of the Facebook stream, it gives you directions on how you can make your name pop up here if you want. Totally up to you. Facebook user, welcome. There's plenty of evidence, but sadly there are still people who believe they are inclusive. If they were inclusive, they wouldn't have to say the Force is female. Actually, not my Star Wars and Kathleen Kennedy are the same person. Good evening, bad boy. How do you know it? What a twist. Yes. They want Raylos more than Star Wars fans. Yeah. From Disney swastika, whatever it is. Yeah. It's okay. I can time them out. You have informants. Get fired within 3 days. That seems legit. Explodes. Disney Lucasfilm treatment on people of the insides is pretty devious considering how they act in Gina's perspective. Greetings, Commando. Did you change your name back? I thought you were, wasn't it Reaper or something or other? Dark something? Now you're back to Commando? I'm a Raylo supporter. You got me. All right. Back to the movie. He has no time for smugglers who dropped their shipments at the first sign of an Imperial ship. What was that? Imperial cruiser? Yeah, Imperial cruiser. You can tell that's a job, but he may only take your ship over my dead body. That's the idea. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I bet you have. Sorry about the mess, he says. Two ties fly by the Death Star. Invaders with Tarkin. Her resistance to the mind probe is considerable. There'll be some time before we can extract any information from her. All systems are operational. What course shall we set? Perhaps she would respond to an alternative form of persuasion. I think it is time we've demonstrated the full power of this space station. Set your course for Alderaan. Now keep in mind, Peter Cushing is wearing carpet slippers. All right. Back on Tatooine. All right, check this side of the street. Door is locked. Move on to the next one. And the door opens and R2 and 3PO over there. I would much rather have gone with Master Luke than stay here. I don't know what this trouble's about, but I'm sure it has to be your fault. You watch our language. Luke sells a speeder. And then you got Gonzo, the spy here. I forget his damn name. Solo, come out of there, Solo. Jabba in front of the Millennium Falcon. This scene is so wacky. I've been waiting for you. Did you ever notice the Rodian? There's two Rodians. There's one on the far left and there's one on the far right. He's like behind Jabba's tail. He's got a Sprite outfit on. It's half green and half yellow. Half lemon, half lime. Hi, my boy, you disappoint me. Boba Fett, Mark Anthony Alston, why haven't you paid me? And why did you fry poor Greedo? Next time you want to talk to me, come see me yourself. Don't send one of these twerps. And I can't make exceptions. What if everyone who smuggled for me... Hold on, I need to get a screenshot. Oh, Disney. All right. So Jabba says, what if everyone who smuggled for me dropped their cargo at the first sign of an Imperial starship? It's not good business. Even I get bored sometimes. You think I had a choice? I'll pay you back plus a little extra. Han, my boy, you're the best. For an extra 20%, 15 Jabba, don't push it. I'll put a price so big on your head you won't be able to go near a civilized civilization. Jabba, you're a wonderful human being. Why he said that, I don't know. There goes the lemon lime Rodian. What a piece of junk. She'll make 0.5 past light speed. We're a little rushed, so if you just get on board, we'll get out of here. Chewie. And here come the stormtroopers. Which way? They're over there. All right, man, load your weapons. So you're walking around with not loaded weapons? Stop that shit, blast them. Chewie, get us out of here. I'd forgotten how much I hate space travel, 3PO says. I do like how the Falcon looks in special edition when it takes off. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Chewie says, grrr. Looks like an Imperial cruiser. While I make the calculations to jump to hyperspeed. That's funny. Poe didn't have to make any calculations. It just hyperspace skipped all over the place. There's 2 more coming in. They're going to try to cut us off. Why don't you outrun them? I thought you said this thing was fast. Watch your mouth, kid. You'll find yourself floating home. Here's where the fun begins. How long before you can jump to hyperspeed? Traveling through hyperspace ain't like dust and crops, boy. Without precise calculations, we'd bounce right through a star. Go strap yourselves there. We're going to make the jump to Leipzig. Dun, dun, dun. And the Death Star is rotating towards Alderaan. And here comes Leia. We've entered the Alderaan system. Governor talking. All right, let me see if what you guys are talking about, in case there's anything I'm missing here. Ray loves a porter. Yes, you got me. Han shot first. Oh boy, you're James Nerd, man. Oh boy, hail to you, D. The other D, D. Carre. I'm a comic called Galaxy's Edge from the Disney canon. During the Battle of Mygeeto, Greedo steals Ki-Adi Moody's lightsaber and fights bounty hunters. Sounds like a Disney comic to me. I created his account because I was betrayed by my girlfriend and wanted happiness. Okay. Undisputed historical facts. He, I don't know about Hitler, but he did associate with Nazis. Werner von Braun being one of them. So, what? So we got Lando and Toaster Love. Yes, we did. And Han's not a smuggler. James, don't feed the trolls. Especially not after midnight. And don't get them wet. Garandon was the name of the long snoot Kubas. Yes. I swapped to James's account and typed. So that's true. Okay then. KK kid, kiss my ass then. This is serious, is it now? The beginning. Teddy Mitchell, nice to see you. To be honest, I never liked that added seat of Jabba. No, I would have just had Boba Fett there. No Jabba. Should have just had Boba Fett there. One last, like gatekeeper before he gets on the ship. I banged that toaster in Caprica because I grew up with that version. Yeah. It's out of place. Yes. Laserdisc, yes. I used to have one. Yeah, they did. Oh, wow. Sorry to hear that. Flying through hyperspace isn't like dusting crops. Is like dusting crops. Nice shirt, but I had to agree. Star Wars is currently on hold right now. It only officially dies. Well, no. As soon as George let it go, as soon as he stopped making Star Wars, it's dead. It's done, dude. It's dead. If he buys it back and brings it back, okay. He has the power of immortality for Star Wars. Only he does. But it's dead because he's done with Star Wars. So would be very cool if Disney insert the Legends stick on the sequel trilogy. They're not gonna. All paths lead to Jake Skywalker. Okay. Your secondary account? What's your secondary account? All right, I'm at 5717. Governor talking. I should have expected you holding Vader's leash. I recognized your foul stench when I was brought on board. Charming to the last. For whatever reason, Leia turned British there for a sentence. You don't know how hard I found it, signing the order to terminate your life. I'm surprised you had the courage to take the responsibility yourself. Before your execution, I would like you to be my guest at a ceremony that will make this battle station operational. Remember that Tarkin is wearing carpet slippers. No star system will dare oppose the Emperor now. The more you tighten your grip, Tarkin, the more star systems will slip through your fingers. In a way, you have determined the choice of the planet. That'll be destroyed first. Since you're reluctant to provide us with the location of the rebel base, I've chosen the station's destructive power on your home planet of Alderaan. You would prefer another target, a military target? Here's where my little intro music comes from. Right here. When they look outside the window of the Death Star. Dantooine. There, you see Lord Vader? She is reasonable. Continue with the operation. You may fire when ready. No, Leia. Commence primary ignition. Are you all right? What's wrong? I felt a great disturbance in the force, as if millions of voices suddenly cried out in terror, and were silently silenced. I feel something terrible has happened. You better get on with your exercises. You can forget your troubles with those Imperial slugs. I told you I'd outrun them. You should be at Alderaan at 0200 hours, or not. Archie's playing Chewie and some chess, space chess. He made a fair move. Screaming about it won't help you. Let him have it. It's not a wise upset a Wookiee. Nobody worries about upsetting a droid. Because a droid don't pull people's arms out of the sockets when they lose. Unless you're IG-88, you might be worried. I suggest a new strategy, RT. Let the Wookiee win. Luke's fighting with the remotes. Let me let's see. James, I knew you were going to say that. The Lego profile. That's your second account. I should ban that account. I already revealed. Okay. Oh boy. All right. You're just gonna get blocked right outright because I'm not gonna have swastikas in my chat. About the slippers, or was it a wardrobe choice? He had very big feet. They only had certain boots on set, and none of them were big enough. So he was filming with those tight boots on, and it was killing his feet. So he went to George Lucas and told him, could he film from like above the waist? And George Lucas was why, and he told him because the shoes are squishing his feet and hurting. So George was like, okay, and he gave him, as he described them, carpet slippers. So most of the scenes, there's only like one or two little shots where you see his boots. Most of the scenes you see him from like the waist up or chest up, he's wearing carpet slippers. True story. Peter Cushing, somebody hasn't been watching my videos, Wes, because it's one of my videos. Peter Cushing also painted Revolutionary War figures as a hobby. We collect special edition figures and paint. Cool. Yeah, he did. He had he used to have like huge, he would do like big battle scenes with all the little figurines and stuff he would paint. Okay. The slippers were more comfortable for Cushing as opposed to the jack boots. If you were me, then you would have not have typed that fast. This means that you're lying. Okay. What was the name of the planet that they destroyed in the Force Awakens that looked like Coruscant? Hosnian Prime. Okay. Oh, now I remember what I was going to do. Just a second. Just a moment. I guess this will work. Okay. Just a second, kids. Close a couple of things here. And okay. There we go. Why couldn't it just be Coruscant? I mean, I guess it could have. But again, they don't want to use old stuff from Lucas. So remember, they have to pay George every time they use his stuff. So they tried to invent as much new stuff as they could. You probably know more about TFA than Jar Jar Abrams does. Oh, I'm sure I do. I have no doubt of that. They could have nuked in the boo. Yes. Yeah, licensing fees. Yep. They didn't want to use the same planets. Correct. All right. So I am at 1 hour and 45 seconds. Luke is looking up at the remote. He turned it back on after Obi-Wan. Felt this disturbance. Remember, a Jedi can feel the Force flowing through him. You mean it controls your actions? Partially. It also obeys your commands. Hokey religions and ancient weapons are no match for a blaster at your side, kid. You don't believe in the Force, do you? Float from one side of this galaxy to the other. Seen a lot of strange stuff, but I've never seen anything to make me believe that there's one all-powerful force controlling everything. There's no mystical energy field controls my destiny. It's all a lot of simple tricks and nonsense. I suggest you try it again, Luke, but this time let go of your conscious self and act on instinct. Your eyes can deceive you. Don't trust them. Stretch out with your feelings. See, you can do it. I call it luck. In my experience, there's no such a thing as luck. I was trying to remember where that damn line was at. Let me go back here a second. I call it luck. In my experience, there's no such thing as luck. Good against the living, that's something else. Oh, Han. I did feel something. I could almost hear the remote. You've taken your first step into a larger world, D. She lied to us. I told you she would never consciously betray the rebellion. Stand by, Cherry. Here we go. Cut in the sublight engines. Hey, look, it's the High Republic. We come out of hyperspace into a meteor shower, some kind of asteroid collision. It's not on the charts. Our position's correct, but there's no Alderaan. It's totally blown away. Destroyed by the Empire. There's another ship coming in. Maybe they know what happened. It's an Imperial fighter. It's a short-range fighter. It sure is leaving in a big hurry. If they identify us, we're in big trouble. Not if I can help it. A fighter that size couldn't get this deep into space on his own. He must have gotten lost and been a part of a convoy or something. He ain't going to be around long enough to tell anybody about us. Yeah, well, he's headed for that small moon. He's almost in range. That's no moon. It's a space station. Dun, dun, dun. Turn the ship around. Chewie, lock in the auxiliary power. It's too late. Just a second. Should just come out and tell us everything he wanted to do with Darth Jar Jar. Yeah. Maybe he will one day. Darth Jar Jar was originally meant to be a thing until Lucas changed it after the backlash from the character. Yeah, that's what they say. We don't know that for a fact, but that is the story anyways. Commando, I know that, but we don't know everything Darth Jar Jar was going to do. Can you post another link? Yes, I can. Darth Jar Jar, who's Lucas, planned using an episode, but the backlash led him to replace with Count Dooku. That's been proven false, but it's an interesting rumor. Well, Dooku was to replace Maul, so. Attack of the Clones, yeah. Because if Darth Jar Jar was a thing, he would have been like Plagueis. He would have been Sidious's master. In these, are we going over the events of episode 4 in this analysis? You lost me there. This is episode 4. What do you mean? Hello, Allah Wraith. Are we going over the events of episode 4? Yes, it's yes. Analysis of everything, the dialogue, everything in the movie. Better than Snoke. Can't argue that. And he's not a clone. Somebody commented on my KK video, where she got ratioed. This video literally broke my PS5. Anything is better than Snoke. Yeah. Can't argue that. I'd love to plan Lucasfest, different halls, guest panels, etc. for different franchises, and one for all of his other films. Yeah, you just have to be careful. You can't use any of the stuff that Lucasfilm owns because they'll sue you or they'll shut down the convention. You can't use any names. You have to do it carefully. Oh boy, are you going to start this again? No, I cannot. This is a Star Wars channel. This is not a Muslim, Allah, prayer, religion channel. 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 50 seconds. Chewie, lock in the auxiliary power. Why are we still moving towards it? We're caught in a tractor beam. It's pulling us in. There's got to be something you can do. You're not going to get me without a fight. You should just hyperspace right through it. Why don't you just do a hold-up maneuver and end the movie? Everybody dies. Da, 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 da. We're opening the magnetic field. That that picture, that shot right there, 105.30. Clear Bay 327, where the guards are outside of the docking bay. That's like a 1-for-1 picture from Ralph McQuarrie. He had drawn some images of the Death Star, and this is like a 1-for-1 of one of his images. To your stations, come with me. Mouse droid. Close all outboard shields. We've captured a freighter entering the remains of the Aldron system. They must be trying to return the stolen plans to the princess. She may yet be of some use to us. Okay, right there where when the Falcon first comes in, you see there's an elevator shaft there, and it's like really deep. And then it cuts to Vader and Tarkin, and then it cuts back to the hangar, and you see some stormtroopers coming up that elevator, like they're just about to come all the way up. So the way they like painted that elevator, it looks like it's several floors, right, going through the Death Star. But when you see the behind the scenes, it's like a few feet down, and there's all these mats. So it's kind of funny because the picture you're seeing here that I have up is that this is a few minutes later, right when they're escaping, and Luke shoots the door. But it's that same elevator shaft that looks like super deep where the stormtrooper fell in, like, ah, as if, you know, he fell real far, but really it's like a 6-foot drop with a bunch of mats. So anyways. All right. So Vader comes into the hangar. According to the log, the crew abandoned ship just after takeoff. Several escape pods have been jettisoned. Did you find any droids? If there were any on board, they must have also been jettisoned. Send a scanning crew on board. I sense something. A presence I've not felt since... Something that always annoyed me with the stormtroopers is they all stand differently. You know, like some of them have their legs open, some of them have their legs together. Now, growing up as a kid, thinking that the Empire was an organized army, it used to drive me crazy because when you're in the military, everyone stands the same. If you're at attention, your legs are together. If you're at ease, your legs are spread apart with your hands behind your back. So, it always kind of annoyed me growing up, but now knowing that they're just loose militia, it kind of makes sense. They're just a bunch of boneheads on the ship. They have funny shoes too. They're like tap dance shoes. Uh-oh. We've got another one. They pop out of the compartments. Boy, it's lucky you had these compartments. And what does Han say? I use them for smuggling. I never thought I'd be smuggling myself in them. Disney, you really should watch these movies before you attempt to make more Star Wars. Anything Star Wars. Oh, Disney, Disney, Disney. No. Do you have many friends? Yes. What does that matter? Ain't your religion. There you go. Here in the West, we're all about diversity and tolerance. It's not about being intolerant. It's about this is my channel, my house. This is a Star Wars channel. It's not a channel for prayer or religion. Why can't we just do hyperdrive through the Death Star? Because Disney. Eternal friend, 10-minute moment. Nope. Flying through the Death Star versus Mega Maid discus. post a link. Oh yeah, sorry about that. I totally forgot about that. There you go. I'm from Alaska. I don't recall seeing any bigotry in my home state, but someone on Twitter is nagging at me because my favorite color is red instead of black. Oh boy. You see that one more time, you're getting blocked. I don't think I've seen a controversy of Alaska yet. Funny because Alaska used to be owned by communists. Yeah. Play Operation Anchorage, Fallout 3. 3 weeks. I wonder how it is now. I hope it isn't hell. Join your One with the Force Patreon. Why do you ask? Adaptive, don't be rude. This is all our related chat and prayer group. What? No, it's not. Jar Jar Abrams watched A New Hope. That's how he ripped it off. Well, he did a terrible job. Please meet Adaptive Infringement. Episode 4 equals episode 7. My sis and mom tell me what I need to keep my legs closed like theirs. Only problem, I have something there and it's big. My legs closed like theirs. It's big. Oh boy. Yeah, he could be. No, I can't. I make Star Wars merchandise. Scene 38 reimagined where Vader duels Obi-Wan, but on steroids, perturbed me as it broke canon and went against Lucas' view of the scene, as one was old man and the other was an old cyborg. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool scene. It's fun, but it completely changes. Return of the Jedi. Okay, 1 hour, 7:21 seconds. I never thought I'd be smuggling myself in them. Well, why? You're not a smuggler. Chris, you can't pause or play or jump because it messes me up. Even if I could take off, I'd never get past the tractor beam. Leave that to me. Damn fool, I knew you were going to say that. Who's the more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows him? Chewie pops his head out. The ship's all yours. If scanners pick up anything, report it immediately. Wonder what's in that box. Vacuum cleaner? Hey, down there. Could you give us a hand with this? Okay, they go up and there's blaster fire. I always wondered about that. Like, wouldn't others have heard that? But okay, it's low inside. But then I wondered, like, how did that go down? Was it them shooting the stormtroopers? Because if they shot the stormtroopers, their suits should have holes in them, which they don't. So did the stormtroopers go up and start shooting and just totally missed everything? And then what? Chewie, like, knocked them out maybe or something? I always wondered what happened up there. TK421, why aren't you at your post? TK421, do you copy? TK421, rest in peace. That's my homie too, TK421. You got a bad transmitter. I'll see what I can do. And they took over the control room. Between his howling and you blessing everything, it's a wonder the whole station doesn't know we're here. Bring him on. I prefer a straight fight to all this sneaking around. We found the computer outlet, sir. Okay. R2 plugs in for the first time into a computer that we see. He's here in the Imperial Network on the Death Star. According to Mickey Mouse and Friends, R2 here downloaded the location of Exegol and Octu and knows where Luke's secret island is. That's how R2 has that information, is because supposedly when he plugged in here to the fucking Death Star, he got the information. Now, if the Empire had the information in the Death Star, why didn't Vader go there? Why didn't the Emperor go there? Why wasn't Exegol mentioned? Why was... Anyways, according to J.J. Jar Jar Abrams, when R2 plugged in and downloaded the information here at the Death Star, that's where he got the plans for Exegol and Octo. Oh, boy. I thought I was pausing the other player I had open while waiting for a link. No, you were pausing my player. Chris with a knight. Is R2 having sex with the Death Star? Yes. He gets it pregnant. That's why it explodes. If the Falcon has a sex bot brain, yep. The Falcon could have sex with the Death Star. Jar Jar Abrams is hilarious. Yes, he is hilarious. No, I cannot. I don't read the Quran, and this is not a channel for that. One more time, and I'm going to block you. So R2 is having sex with the Death Star and getting the location of the Forbidden Zone, the Forbidden Region, according to Jar Jar. He said he's found the main controls for the power beam that's holding the ship here. I'll try to make the precise location appear on the monitor. The tractor beam is coupled to the main reactor in 7 locations. Power loss at one of the terminals will allow the ship to leave. I don't think you boys can help. I must go alone. Whatever you say, I've done more than I bargained for already on this trip. Stay and watch over the droids. It must be delivered safely. Man, the dialogue's fast in this movie. Your destiny lies along a different path than mine. The Force will be with you always. That's the first time we hear that, huh? Where did you dig up that old fossil? Creator getting us in trouble. I didn't hear you giving us any ideas. Anything's better than hanging around waiting for him to pick us up. What is it? Archie's bleeping and blooping. I found her and keeps repeating, she's here. Who has he found? Princess Leia. The princess? She's here? Where is she? Level 5, detention block 8823. I'm afraid she's scheduled to be terminated. We've got to do something. What are you talking about? The droids belong to her. She's the one in the message. He doesn't know anything about the message. I'm not going anywhere. They're going to execute her. You said you didn't want to wait to be captured. Now you just want to... Marching in the detention area is not what I had in mind. They're going to kill her better than me. Man, the dialogue's fast in this film. She's rich. You better be right. What's your plan? 3PO, hand me those binders there, will you? You know, I just thought about it. They have regular binders like handcuffs, and in the prequels, they're all energy binders. Mandalorian. I think they're regular binders too. We've gone backwards in technology. What should Archie and I do if we're discovered here? I hope they don't have blasters. For anyone that might not know, anyone younger, just in case, that's something some people say, like, how come the technology is so much better and newer in the older films, in the prequels? Well, that's because at that time, the Republic is a high republic. Everything's prosperous. There's money and technology everywhere. The Empire takes over. Everything gets pushed out into the outskirts. Businesses crumble. Companies, corporations crumble. So technology kind of slows down compared to what was in the prequels. That's why in the OT, you see the ships look like they're put together, pieced together. You see bolts and pieces, and because that's what the rebellion was supposed to be, like them literally putting ships together with band-aids. As opposed to in the prequels, the Republic is strong, the Jedi Council is strong, so there's prosperity. Anyways. So my joke of we've gone backwards in technology was exactly that. It's a joke. It's because everything is much more minimalist in this era. Chewie roars at the mouse droid and it goes zipping off as they escort him. They're hanging out at the elevators. I can't see a thing in this helmet. Obi-Wan's creeping around the pillars. Vader. This is not going to work. Why didn't you say so before? Okay, so they come into this detention area with Chewie. Where are you taking this thing? Prisoner transfer from cell block 1138. First of all, 1138, THX 1138. Okay, if you didn't catch that before, that's from George Lucas's 1138, 1138. Cell, prisoner transfer from cell 1138. I wasn't notified. I'll have to clear it. Okay, so Chewie knocks the first guard that comes towards him down. Look out, he's loose. He'll tear us all apart. Okay, so then they start shooting and missing. One of the Imperials gets shot. Then a second one gets shot. and then they start shooting the cameras. A third one gets shot, but you see it from behind, so you kind of don't see it. And then a fourth one gets shot in front. They keep shooting the cameras. Then one guy coming down the walkway, they shoot like up at the wall, and he tumbles down. Like he didn't really get hit, but okay. So they shoot all the cameras. All right. The point being here is that George Lucas said that he was very careful about killing people in Star Wars. That if you really pay attention, very few humans ever die. So the only real humans you see die in Star Wars are here in this detention cell. If you think about all the other movies, you don't see humans dying. You see clones, you see Maul, you see Dooku, you see, well, I guess, he's human, but he's Sith. You don't see, do you see some rebels get shot in Hoth? Probably one or two. You see big explosions. Do you see them literally get shot? I don't remember. I want to say no. You see big shots from the AT-ATs. Anyways, George was very careful about humans getting killed. So, just a little fun fact. The most humans you see killed in Star Wars is here in this detention hall. We got to find out which cell this princess of yours is in. Here it is, 2187. You go and get her. Finn 2187 is named so after this cell. I'll hold them here. Everything's under control. Situation normal. What happened? Had a slight weapons malfunction. But everything's perfectly all right now. We're fine. We're all fine here. Thank you. How are you? We have a reactor leak here. Give us a few minutes to lock it down. Who is this? What's your operating number? Boom. Boring conversation anyway. Luke, we're going to have company. Yeah, well, obviously. Leia. Aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper? Oh, the uniform. I'm Luke Skywalker. I'm here to rescue you. You're who? I'm here to rescue you. I've got your Archie unit. I'm here with Ben Kenobi. Ben Kenobi, where is he? Okay. According to Dave Filoni, Luke Skywalker didn't do anything. All he did was went to that cell. He opened the door and let Leia out, and Leia did the rest. This is from Dave Filoni's fucking mouth. That Luke Skywalker didn't do anything. That he let Leia out of the cell, and she did the rest. That's your boy, Dave Filoni. He is here. Obi-Wan Kenobi. What makes you think so? A tremor in the Force. Last time I felt it was in the presence of my old master. Surely you must be dead by now. Don't underestimate the Force. The Jedi are extinct. Their fire has gone out of the universe. You, my friend, are all that's left of their religion. We have an emergency alert in detention block AA23. The princess? Put all sections on alert. Obi-Wan is here. The Force is with him. If you're right, he must not be allowed to escape. Escape is not his plan. I must face him alone. Get behind me, get behind me. March or left, then went down the cell bay. Looks like you managed to cut off our only escape route. Maybe you'd like it back in your cell, Your Highness. C3PO. Are there any other ways out of the cell bay? I didn't copy. I said all systems have been alerted to your presence. The main entrance seems to be the only way in or out. All the other information on your level is restricted. Open up in there. When you came in here, did you have a plan to get out? So she shoots the vent. Side note, that vent that Leia just shot is a standard issue Imperial trash compactor vent. I know this because I've looked it up. Trash compactor or Death Star vent, an Imperial standard issue vent. Okay, why does this matter? Because Leia with a blaster shot it once or maybe twice and it blew open. Let's fast forward to The Mandalorian. In The Mandalorian, they are stuck in the cantina. They're surrounded. They can't escape. They move that couch or whatever, and there's a vent. Let's go down in the tunnels. They can't shoot the fucking grate. Cara Dune with her repeater rifle shoots the shit out of the grate and cannot blow the freaking grate. It is literally the same exact grate that is here on the Death Star. Cara Dune and the rest of them could not open that damn grate. Meanwhile, Princess Leia just grabs a rifle and blows it open with 1 or 2 shots here on the Death Star. Again, this is what happens when you don't know Star Wars, when you don't love it, when you don't have good intention, when you're just like, oh, remember, Barry, just throw a grate. We'll use the grate from the Death Star. They'll love it. They'll see that it's the grate from the Death Star. They'll flip out over it. And we'll just make it where they can't shoot through it because plot armor, because we got to keep them here stuck in this room and, do this whole scene. But when you love and you know and you understand the films, you know that Leia shot the damn thing and blew a freaking big hole in it, and they all dove into the trash compactor. That's Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau. Remember that. Let's see what's going on in the chat. She is what? Oh, Lord. Oh, you're definitely trolling. Are you interested in a nice Islamic woman? Oh, boy. I bet Wraith is just a not my Star Wars fan. Nutso Raylo, Disney Star Wars lover, or paid Disney shill trying to bait him or us into saying something foolish to expose his channel and attempt to cancel him. I'm not worried about him. Perhaps Han or Chewie could have set their blasters to stun in the acquisition of their disguises. Yeah, but it makes a different noise, remember? There's the pew 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 of laser, and then there's I don't know how to make that damn sound, but the stun gun has a different sound. Remember back when they stunned Leia? Listen to that sound. What race is the Alua snack bar, and what is her hair and eye color? Her shame. Why should she have shame? You should know, and Islam women are half a man, thus giving you domination over your sister. What? I will not lay with my sister. All right. Star Wars pop culture, that'd be appreciated. Yes. Go right ahead. How are you doing? Mr. Bentz from Pear Street. Good. How are you? Wow. There was indeed regular binders, handcuffs, and PT in AOTC where Anakin and Padme were captured in the arena, correct? And then rots when Obi and Annie are captured by Magna Guards, yes. And R2 cuts the restraint, yes. I heard they were originally not going to say "I can't say a thing in this." When Mark said it, George thought it was funny and kept it in. I can't see a thing in this helmet. Yeah. 20. I never heard that, but it's possible. Sounds like something that would have happened. Most of Western Europe will majority Islam. Yeah. What countries are for everybody? Okay. Maul is not human. No, he's Zabrak. That guy says respect my religion and First Amendment rights. Regardless of your First Amendment rights, this is a Star Wars channel. So if you're not going to talk Star Wars, we will block you. Wraith and Dildo have clearly targeted the stream. Very few watchers for a reason. Yeah. Luke's harpooner was shown getting shot, killed, and yeah. There's no underwear in space. Thank you, George. I had such a crush on Carrie Fisher because I saw Jedi first with my mother from her recording of Jedi off HBO. Cool. What are you talking about? Padme wasn't wearing underwear. Yeah, probably not. Captain Antilles was shown being killed by Vader on 10-4. 2 Imperial officers were shown being killed by Vader as well. With the Force chokes, yeah. Maul killed Qui-Gon. Smee also died. Yeah. Those are all true. Okay. Well, look who showed up. Sorry you're late. I thought, Fridays were special. I thought Fridays were not my Star Wars. And here you are showing up at what time is it? 11 o'clock. Yeah, lots of trolls for sure today. That's sad. One of the few genuine channels and it's getting barrage of trolls. Yeah, well. I see. Leia and her metal bikini was probably my first exposure to sex in some capacity. I'm sure it was for a lot of people. Keira Knightley wasn't wearing underwear either. There you go. So I guess Ula and Ayla Sakura and Ayla Sakura and who else? Padme's sister and mom. Oh boy. No wonder in space too funny. George knew what he was doing. Yes. Hijacked by who? Hello. I'm starting to worry, man. It's all good. You don't have to apologize. I'm totally kidding you. I'm just happy you're here. I started a little late anyways, 9:10 or whatever. All right. So I'm at 11829. They're in the hall of the detention center. Into the garbage chute, Flyboy. Leia's actually the first one in. Chewie doesn't want to go. Get in there. Wonderful girl. Either I'm going to kill her or I'm beginning to like her. Get in there. I like when Han jumps in. Into the trash. The garbage chute was a really wonderful idea. She doesn't have any underwear on, man. Enjoy the moment. Get away from there. Put that thing away. You're going to get us all killed. I had everything under control until you let us down here. Could be worse. Or there could be a Dianoga in the water. Something just moved past my leg. That eyeball. And it got Luke. No, they didn't look that hard for Luke. It's a good thing they the Dianoga let him go. He just let go of me and disappeared. I got a bad feeling about this. Crunching time. Brace it with something there, because that's going to do anything. Help me. Man, what a scary scene back in the day. $3PO, come in. Where could he be? They're madmen. They're headed for the prison level. If you hurry, you might catch them. You stand guard. All this excitement has overrun the circuits of my counterpart here. If you don't mind, I'd like to take him down to maintenance. Han tells Leia, get on top. She says, I can't. See if they've been captured. R2's having sex with the Death Star again. I don't think for sure we're all going to be a lot thinner. Where could they be? Use the comm link. Oh my, I forgot. You're a droid, dude. You're not supposed to forget. Are you there, sir? We've had some problems, he says. Shut down all the garbage smashers on the detention level. Shut down all the garbage smashers. Shut down all the garbage smashers on the detention level. Shut them all down. They're dying, R2. Obi-Wan walking through the halls. For whatever reason, he pulled out his lightsaber and is walking around with it. For no reason. Now he's behind the tractor beam. From now on, you do as I tell you, okay? They got dry pretty quickly. Look, your worshipfulness. I take orders from just one person, me. It's a wonder you're still alive. Somebody get this big walking carpet out of my way. Do you know what's going on? Maybe it's another drill. Man, there's so much detail in all the walls. It's amazing the amount of detail that these guys put into this stuff. It's them, blast them. Get back to the ship. John's chasing the stormtroopers down the hallway. Then walks into a hangar full of them. It's a lot of freaking stormtroopers in there. I wonder how the Emperor feels about you guys shooting all over the damn place, all over the walls in his Death Star. There's no lock. Let me blast the door. We got to get across. Find the controls to extend the bridge. I think I just blasted it. This scene and the scene of Obi-Wan at the tractor beam tower, I'm sure at least most of you have seen it behind the scenes. They're like 2 feet off the ground. There's mats and stuff all underneath them. It's funny because it looks like there are these big chasms. Wilhelm scream. Here, hold this while I pull out my grappling hook. Where did you get that belt from? The Millennium Falcon somewhere? From a stormtrooper? I don't think he had that belt when he came on the Falcon in Tatooine. I'd have to check back. I don't think so. You think they may be splitting up? They may be on level 5 or 6 now, sir. Obi-Wan comes out of the shadows. Pulls out his lightsaber again. All right, let me check the chat. I see you guys are chatting away. My phone went blank and wouldn't turn on for almost a minute. Girls? I'm so thankful to have people who think and feel the same way about Star Wars. It's a real treat to watch movies together. Yeah, absolutely. I can't see the other chats on live stream. What's going on? Does somebody have your phone or something? What's going on? So where are they coming from? Oh, Lord. Saw 5, the compactor scene. Ever since watching TFA in the theater and throwing my hands up, and Ray yelled at Finn, "I don't need you to hold my hand." And noticing how almost every scene was a copy-paste from another episode, I knew they were going to use Star Wars as a vessel to push a woke agenda. Picket fences guy goes into a glass coffin, and the other guy gets squished. A vessel named Vessel, yes. A ship named Ship was too lame, yes. Rotoscoped in 77, yes. Infatuated with Ray. Am I frozen? Was I frozen there for a minute? I feel pretty warm. White Latino, I know you're from Argentina, so I don't know. Both, actually. Race and nationality are two different things. For example, many Brazilians are black, so their race is black, but their nationality is Brazilian or Portuguese. And I am white, but I am Latino. Gordon, we know that Allah guy is you, and Noam the other one, so if you can cut it out. Ship named Ship. Star Wars filmed in Tunisia. Yes, it was filmed in Tunisia, absolutely. I have no idea how to say your name, so I won't. If there's an English version and you want to type it, I'll be happy to say it, but I don't know how to read. I don't know if that's Arabic or Farsi. I'm not sure. So, avoid being hit, even if they were poorly trained militia. Yeah. Someone's pretending to be and saying words that I'm not saying. Either hacked or they made it an account just like yours. They made a duplicate account. Just created a new Sith character. His name is Darth Sith, and he does Sith things like being a Sith. He better get a Disney Plus show called Sith. Yes, he will. The vessel. Change your password, dude. Don't give Disney any ideas. They might use that Darth Sith concept. Yeah, they might. Say what you will about Gia, but that's still a more solid character than anyone from the sequels. Yes, that's true. He is solid, all right. Solid as a rock. A ship named Ship, and that's how it started out. Yes. All right. I'm at 129, 34, 35, 36. 3PO's looking at the Falcon. He's down with R2 on the landing deck. And R2's having sex with the Death Star. And remember, the kids are up top looking over from the balcony. Where could they be? Han and Chewie are now running. Close the blast doors. All the stormtroopers are coming after them. Open the blast doors. They just closed them. Vader's in the hall waiting. I want to see something. I went back a little bit. I just want to check something. Man, the old Stormtrooper helmets are so much better than these First Order fucking chumps. Those helmets are badass. Selby comes with his hood up and his lightsaber in hand, and Vader's waiting for him. With his light stick. They're so thin, the lightsabers. I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. We meet again at last. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was with the learner. Now I am the master. Okay. When I left you, I was the learner. Now I am the master. So therefore, when did Vader last see Obi-Wan? On Mustafar, becoming burnt bacon when he was Obi-Wan's Padawan. So the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, if we see Vader and Obi-Wan at all, they've broken canon. That show is going to completely fucking unbalance the OT. You're going to see. It's going to shit all over the OT. Only a master of evil doth. Obi-Wan's got some moves. Your powers are weak, old man. You can't win, Darth. If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. You should have not come back. You should not have come back. Did we just leave this party? What kept you? We ran into some old friends. Ship's all right. Seems okay if we can get to it. I hope the old man got the tractor beam down. Oh, wait a minute. It says, I hope the old man got the tractor beam down. But what Han actually says is, I hope the old man got the tractor beam out of commission. Just saying. Subtitle difficulties. Closed caption difficulties. Oh, that was pretty some good moves there at a 131.50. I haven't watched this battle in a while. Nice. Some nice sword play there, Obi-Wan. Come on, R2, we're going. Now's our chance. Go. Leia flopping around all over the place. Now I can't help but see it after that. Damn, there's no underwear in space. Obi-Wan looks at Luke and smiles. Puts a saber. Vader cuts him in half. No. So right here is literally the picture where the stormtrooper falls over into the elevator. Vader stepping on Obi-Wan's cloak. Luke, it's too late. Blast the door, kid. He shoots the door, and the safety door or whatever collapses. Now, let's talk about this for a second. First, I'll catch up with the chat, and then I'm going to tell you guys a little tidbit there. Soiquels and Jar Jar Abrams are pure gold. Yeah, I think that somebody just made an account with your name and is doing that. Use the Force. Disney. You just love pulling stuff out of your ass, don't you? Yeah, I've talked to Gordon quite a bit in comments and stuff. I don't think he did that. Somebody else is messing around. The last time they were together was at a barbecue. Yes. Can anyone explain the techniques behind the lightsabers back in '77? What were the props they used, and how did they color animate glowing the effects? It was a rotoscope. Basically, it's a metal rod that rotates, and that would give it some of the effect. A lot of it was painted in later afterwards. The lightning, the blaster bolts, the lightsabers were hand painted afterwards. But the rotoscopes was that. And if you search rotoscope, there's a whole wiki on it. Because I've been asked this before and I've referred to it. But it was basically a rod, like a dowel, that rotated and would create some of that light effect. And then later was painted. But yeah, just search rotoscope. Rematch of the century, KK, I don't know. You telling me, looking at Disney's track record for disrespecting canon, I wouldn't hold it past them to contradict. Oh, they are. They will. They will. I keep getting alerts about carjackings and kidnappings. This is where my sister wants to live when she grows up. Where? Where are you? By the way, you went on vacation or something, right, with your family? I forget where you said you are. On set, they use rotating poles covered in 3M movie screen reflective material. Yes. I can't imagine. I would think that everything's frozen in Alaska. Then they rotoscope the color and glowing look in later. Hope that helps. That guy said did you see some of that in the Skywalker Legacy? Thanks so much for believing me. I was confused and pissed because someone was saying nasty things as me, degrading me in the live chat, and I don't want y'all to think I'm like that. The alternate account out in your real account with your comments remain. It sucks the things trolls will do. Yeah. I don't like how YouTube allows you to make more than one of the same name. You know what I mean? In a way, it's nice, but in a way, that shit happens. So, yeah. Illinois, okay. That's right. Did you go to the Bull Stadium, the United Center? Thank you. That's interesting. I'll look up rotoscope on Google. Yeah. So how long have things been frozen? What, in Alaska? Chicago's probably nice and cold too. Okay, so in all the problems with the Mandalorian, chapter 1, I point out that the Mandalorian, the Quarren tries to escape out of the cantina in the very beginning. He wraps him up with his grappling hook, starts pulling him in. The Quarren reaches to shoots Mando in the shoulder. Mando then shoots the control box on the door, right? And yanks him in, and then the door, the like swirling door, closes and cuts him in half. So I explained that that's not how a door would work, because if you shot the door, you would then cut the circuit and the door wouldn't be able to close. That's a mechanical door. If it was just a door that like dropped, okay, you break the circuit and it could just drop, but that door doesn't shut that way. That door, it's like a circular thing that it like does this. And if you listen, you can hear the motor of that door. Okay. Now this door here in this hangar, it's like two halves and it goes like this, right? Or maybe like this better. The two halves kind of close like this. So someone on that Mandalorian video said, well, how come Luke could do that then? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. And I told him very simply, because Luke used the Force. And this guy was like, that's not how the Force works. You're dumb, blah, blah, blah. No, that's exactly how the Force works. Use the Force, Luke. Let go. The Force totally guided Luke's shot. You notice it takes one shot and it goes to that door. It hits the panel. And he knew how to hit it. Why? Because the Force guided that blaster shot. It guided, well, not the shot, but it guided his hand to make that shot. That was the Force. Now, Luke, I'm sure at some point had shot a blaster. He had his rifle on Tatooine. He's known for shooting womp rats. So it's not like he's never held a blaster. But the fact that he got that one shot off, it hit the door perfectly and made the short door shut, because otherwise it would be the same problem. Shooting out the door is going to lock the door. Understand? It's going to lock it open. Or if it was shut, it would lock it shut. It's not going to, you're not going to shoot it and activate it to where it closes. But it does with Luke. Why? Again, because the Force. The Force guides that shot, or guides his hand to make that shot to where it doesn't break the circuit, but activates it and shorts it and closes the door. Mandalorian is totally different. If you pay attention, as I point out in that video, number one, he doesn't have the Force. He just shoots the damn door. And when he shoots the door, you can see the light on the panel go out. So the door is dead. And if the door is dead, it's not going to cycle and close like that. Okay? Now, there's the argument, if you're a plumber and a garbage disposal gets clogged up with something, okay, it can still have not completed its cycle. So if you unjar whatever's stuck in the garbage disposal, it can still complete the cycle afterwards. And people have lost fingers that way by freeing whatever's in the garbage disposal, and then the cycle completes. But that's totally different mechanism from a door. That would be, in other words, the garbage disposal is trying to spin, but it's locked, right? It just can't move because there's something blocking it. So therefore, when you remove that thing, even though the power's off, it wants to finish that cycle. That is different from a door that is locked open and needs to be triggered to then shut. It wasn't completing the cycle. Now, if the door was already closing and you shot it, potentially then it could complete the cycle. Okay? That's what was happening in Mandalorian. It was the opposite. The door was open. He pulls him into the doorway and then shoots the door, which activates the door to shut. So totally different scenario. And again, Luke used the Force. That is how the Force works. Okay. Kind of in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, if you change your picture, you can avoid that, Gordon. Put anything instead of just your letter. 5 hours from Chicago. Oh, that sucked. You're in the nowhere part of Illinois. Is a riot war zone with Beetlejuice as mayor. Avoid him. Yo. It's not a riot war zone, or at least not all of it, but yet, yes, to female Beetlejuice as mayor. Isn't that cops trial going on? It's going to be a shit show. Yeah. Peaceful protest, not a riot war zone. Welcome. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to just touch on that from The Mandalorian because I had somebody like trying to call me out on that bullshit, and it's totally different. The scenario is different, the door is different, and we're talking about Luke, who has the Force, and Mando, who doesn't even know what the fuck the Force is. By the way, there would have been a convergence to the Force because you've got Luke and Leia, particularly Luke. You've got Obi-Wan and Vader. They're all right there in the same like vicinity. Not to mention Vader is the father of those two children, right? So although they all don't know it, well, Obi-Wan, I guess, knows all of it. Ironically, the Force knows. So there would have been like a convergence of the Force in this area, if that makes sense. Especially with Obi-Wan passing and becoming one with the Force, there would have been this like swirl of the Force happening right there in that area at that moment. A major ripple. But your female Beetlejuice. Okay, we already saw that. Oh, it's so whack. Disney doesn't know what the Force is, yeah. Hand thing, yes. There you go. That'll help keep you from, the chances of them getting the same picture and lined up the same way are very slim, as opposed to just your G. The Force is female. Yes. The Force is the Force, the Force, the Force. 30 years of just Phantom to blow over in a couple of days. Well, yeah. Somebody commented on they are waiting for 30 years of pissed off fandom to blow over in a couple of days. Well, must have been something on my Disney stuff. Okay. Run, Luke, run. I hope that old man got that tractor beam out of commission, or that's going to be a real short trip. This time he said it correctly, or the subtitles or closed captioning was correct. I love how the Falcon backs up and turns. It's awesome. Chewie. Man, that Death Star's freaking huge. Okay, so Luke's looking sad at the table. I'm going to take a very quick break, and we will continue. I got to get some water. Hello there, MJ1 Media. General Kenobi. My pick is a close-up of my tartan kilt in case it looks odd. I'm sorry, no worries. Okay. I'm going to take a very quick break, guys. We're almost 2.5 hours, so I need to grab a drink. I'm not going to play a video for you guys anymore because I got a copyright on my last freaking live stream because of an ad that played inside of that video. So I'm not going to do that anymore. I have a pre-prepared intermission for you guys, which is exactly 10 minutes long. That's the maximum. So I will be back in roughly 10 minutes. So a lot of it is familiar. Some of it's just a little chopped up, and there's a couple little things in there, something new. So, okay, I'll be back in 10 minutes, and we'll continue with A New Hope. Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below.
My nephew, with that mighty Skywalker blood, and in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Are you crazy?
do you want?
You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, hey! You guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
Might. Something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're
Nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary. 'Tis but a scratch. A scratch? Well, what's that then? I've heard worse. You liar! Come on, you pansy! Victory is mine. Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong with this one. I have you now. What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Cocainum.
Like a rock.
Perhaps you referred to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it.
Together, we have achieved a great many things.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by...
Are you tired of scratched, lost, or broken glasses? Bulky, hard-to-use sun and eyeglass holders? Then you need the Clippy. It's as easy as pinch, clip, hang.
Did you know the average American spends 101 minutes a day in the car? Wouldn't it be great if your customers could see your company logo every time they hit the road? Then you need the Clippy, the perfect, unique, affordable product to promote your brand and with constant marketing exposure. Plus, it's 100% made in the USA. No longer will your promotional investment become someone's unused, unseen, discarded item.
and by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
All right, I'm back. Hopefully you enjoyed my intermission there. Yeah, good call. I love Rose. Yeah, it's okay. I don't know why, but it's okay. Scroll up and you see a different Gordon posting. Yeah. Just kidding. Use the Force, Tommy. Welcome, by the way, Tommy.tv. They're probably going to change the name of the Force to Ray Power. Maybe. May the Ray be with you. For voiceover, voice acting, really? I don't know. I don't think my voice is that great, but why do you say that? Because of the Surfshark commercial? Which I did team up with Surfshark. So that was kind of a surprise announcement there. It's not a sponsorship, it's a partnership, which is different. A sponsorship is where you have a big channel and they're like, hey, we'll pay you, you know, whatever, $2,000, $5,000 a month, whatever, to put our stuff in your videos. That's not what happened. It's basically an affiliate. But yeah, I spoke to them and they were like, hell yeah, we want you on. So I partnered up with Surfshark. And I do have it, and I am using a VPN for those that may be wondering, because we were talking about that in the past. The Saga montage intro, the one that's like zooming through. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Yes, he's always rebooting. The little fucker won't go away. He's in the system. It's a nasty virus that won't go away. Seamless until you get to the clunky Disney stuff. And the extra bit with Hamill is really funny as well. Clippy, yes. Clippy. Welcome back. Hey, D, I noticed on my phone, I always close my email when I come in stream. I close everything when I come in streams just for bandwidth. Ed for like computer resources. But I noticed on my phone when I went downstairs that you sent me an email about hanging tight. Are you talking about the beginning? I'm assuming at the beginning of the stream. Just wanted to check because I don't have my email open. Do clones have emotions like humans? Yes and no. They are human in the sense that they are 100% organic. They have organs. In Star Wars, there is in fact humans. Humans aren't restricted to Earth. Humanoids. That's why you hear Han. He says, "I'm only human," and he also says to Jabba, "You're a wonderful human being." So they are humans. They do have a heart, and they could indeed have emotions. They certainly will feel pain, right? I'm sure some of them felt some fear at some point. Maybe not all of them, because they're trained very much not to do so. Now, the question is how much emotion? And here's where the problem happens with the Clone Wars. If you... And I've talked a bit about this in the past, but we'll talk about it. Some people have a pet, a dog in particular, for a long time, and they look like that dog, and or the dog looks like them. Some couples are together a long time, and they look alike. Look at Star Wars Explained. Like, I always thought they were teenage brother and sister, and their husband and wife. So when you're around someone constantly, you're going to look and often act and speak the same. So now compound that by the clones are raised in the same exact place, in the same exact way, have the same exact education. They all eat the same exact meal every day. Not that the same every day is the same meal, but let's say like today's turkey dinner, they all have turkey dinner. The next day is meatloaf, they all have meatloaf. You understand? Now, I don't know what food they have in Star Wars, space, whatever. Maybe they're eating fried calamari, fried mon calamari, or maybe they're eating some squid soup, or what was it? Crate Dragon barbecue. Who knows? So they're brought up the same. They're around each other the whole time. They are grown in the same conditions. So therefore, those clones would be like they were in 2003, 2005. Machines, cold, to the point, very little emotions, very little fear, and just straight up. And they all act the same. They all think the same because they're all brought up together in the same environment, in the same conditions, by the same people. Everything's the same. So those clones would be the same. In the Clone Wars, they all have different haircuts, and they all talk a little bit differently, and they all have different personalities. That just wouldn't be the case. They're clones. They're all Jengos. They all would think the same, act the same, talk the same, look the same. There wouldn't be any of that. So your question is complex, because would they have some emotion? Sure. If I shot him in the arm, he's going to feel that shit. If he happens to meet a girl, maybe he would have feelings for her. Yes, they would have some emotions because they are humans. They're cloned humans. But because they are clones, they don't have that spark of life like you and I do, where we grow up individually and develop in our own way. Now, I grew up in Maryland under certain conditions, with certain parents and certain economical situation and all those things, which made me into who I am, right? My life experiences. Same thing with you. But if you were my twin brother and we both grew up in the same house and the same rules and the same parents and the same conditions and all that, then we would very much grow up the same. Understand? So the clones in general, yes, they would absolutely have emotions. But they would very much be in the same page, and they wouldn't be deviating and have different personalities and thoughts and all that. They're all programmed the same. They're all educated the same. They're all the same age. They're all, you understand? and they're all in the same bubble. So being in the same bubble, under the same republic, led by the same Jedi, led by this, trained on Camino by the same Caminoans, they would all be the same. They wouldn't have different personalities or voices. Now, you take 2 of those clones and you ship one to Alaska and you ship one to Texas, and then you come back 30 years later. Yes, they're going to be totally different. That one clone is going to be sounding like Roscoe P. Coltrane, and the other one's going to be sounding like James Nerdman. One's going to build Lego sets, and the other one's going to ride horses, because they grew up in totally different environments and totally different controlled situations. Whereas the clones, I have to stress this, they are all brought up the same in the same place at the same time by the same people in the same conditions with the same weapons and the same uniforms and all the same. So they would not behave like they did in the Clone Wars cartoon. That's nonsense. They would behave as they did in Gendy's original, real Clone Wars. Hope that answers your question. I think the clones had little emotion as they were highly altered clones from an already tough template of Jango Fett. Yes. They would be very stoic like Jango. Correct, all good. Okay. That followed the orders like Cody feel regret over what they did. We don't know. We don't ever see that. I think there's a comic book somewhere. I think there was a Cody comic book, but I didn't read it and I don't recall. But we have to go by the canon of the films, and what we see is no, they don't give a fuck. Their chip activates and they just switch, and that's it. They don't have any regret. They just do their thing. Taco Tuesday is mandatory. Nice. Get exclusive perks. I think the clone troops had a tiny bit of regret as a result of orders, as mentioned in the original Battlefront 2. Yeah, that's the problem, though, is we're going off of non-canon stuff now, and it's... What would George actually say? I don't know. Star Wars restaurant Mon Mothma says, I'll have the calamari. Admiral Akbar responds, oh, well, then I'll have the insensitive bitch with a side of fuck you. Yeah, robot chicken. Yep. But at least Roscoe P. Coltrane had Flash, his trusty dog. Yes, he did. That droopy dog. Episode 2 on Camino. Imagine being Jango Fett and seeing thousands of yourself. Yeah, it would have been a lot of emotions. I would think humbling, but I would also think he would be so proud, you know. He was already a proud Mandalorian. And then you compound that by, there was actually 200,000, and then 1 million more were coming. So 1.2 million total. So he would have been seeing 200,000 of himself around Camino. Yeah, pretty insane. And he would have seen them. We don't know how long he was on Camino officially, but we think he was there like at least a good 5 years. Well, okay. Technically, he had to have been on Camino from the beginning, right? Because they took the sample from him. So minimum, he had landed on Camino at least 10 years before we saw them. Because in Attack of the Clones, they were just ready. They're ready at 20 years old. They were just ready. 20 years old to them is 10 years to us, because they're accelerate twice the growth rate and education. So he would have at least landed on Camino 10 years before Attack of the Clones. Was he there the whole time? We don't know. Well, we could assume that he had an apartment there the whole time. Yeah, possibly. So what I'm getting at is he probably saw those clones grow. Well, he had Boba with him the whole time anyways. But remember that when Boba was 10, all the other clones were 20. They were 10 too, but to us, they're 20-year-olds. So pretty interesting. He must have seen them completely grow. 200,000 of them. The Republic Commandos novels delved a little bit into that, I think. It's been a long time since I read them. Yeah. Yeah, there's a ton of clone books out there, so I'm sure there's all kinds of stories of what happened, but how canon are they is the problem. I'm going to say no. Cody doesn't regret trying to kill Obi-Wan. The chip in his brain made him believe Obi-Wan was a bad guy. He thought he did good. Yeah. I mean, that's, again, we have to go by the canon of the film. They all switched. Emperor had control of them, so which only strengthens the point of the problem with the Clone Wars. The only way there was a physical chip. We did find out that there was a physical chip, but it's also kind of a metaphor for like mind control, right? By a overlord. We could say like Hitler and all those Germans. A lot of them believed what he was talking about, but a lot of them just kind of followed like sheep, right? They just were part of the conglomeration, the consortium, the mind mind meld, if you will. I don't know a better way to put it, but they're all kind of like under the same mind control. So in order for that to work, there has to be belief. So what I'm getting at is clones under what we see in canon and clones under what we see in Gendy's 2003, 2005 behave the same, where they're under that same mind control, under that same belief. That's why when the chip flips, they all just without question just do a 180, right? They like flip the coin and they just do the opposite and they go after the Jedi. So there's no emotion there. There's no thought. It's that belief. If the clones were the Clone Wars baloney verse, then they wouldn't have all switched to Order 66 because they're all so individual and have different thoughts and different beliefs and different wants, and one's married on a freaking planet somewhere and they're all doing different stuff and talking differently and behaving differently. Order 66 wouldn't have worked because they wouldn't be under the same belief system. Understand? They would be all individuals at this point. And they were born and raised to not be individuals, to work as one unit, as a clone army. So, again, going by canon, what we truly know, no, absolutely not. Cody and the rest of them switch flipped, and that was it. They were doing exactly what they were told to be doing, because clones weren't thinking individually; they were taking orders. In the Clone Wars Filoni verse, yes, they were doing all kinds of extra shit, but that's Filoni's fan fiction. That's not Star Wars. Brains break with the canon. Chips in the clones' brains break with the canon. I don't think so. How? Why? Why would they have broken with the canon? I don't know. Doubt it. Honestly, doubt it. Child of the glorious 80s. Yes. Dukes of Hazzard. Yeehaw. All right. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, and then we're going to get back to the movie. We're right when they escaped from the Death Star. So I'll see you in 2 minutes, and we'll pick back up.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by
historical fiction thriller called All Up. Basically, it's supposed to be, I tried very hard to make it an entertaining, page-turning book about the first space age. It comes out on July 14th. It's you can get it as a Kindle book or Apple book, and there'll be an audio book, but it won't be coming out. The audio book will be a little bit later, August or September. And it's, it's a book about what I consider to be, the great adventure of the 20th century, the development of the rocket, which happens during World War II and before World War II with Robert Goddard, and then with the secret German weapons program during World War II, and MI6 is trying to figure out what the Germans are doing. There's a lot of cat and mouse and a lot of intrigue, and it's all very interesting, I thought. And it was a ton of research behind it. So about 90% of the book, I'd say, is based on what really happened. 10% is either speculation or stuff that can't be proved definitively. But and then it goes into the space race and the Apollo 11 trip to the moon. And I think people who give it a chance and read the first 50 pages will be hooked. I'll go out on a limb and say that. Obviously, no book is for everyone, but I hope people who have read my other books will give it a chance, because it's a behind the scenes book. In the same way that's making a Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Alien the behind the scenes books, this is also a behind the scenes book.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
As the clones were altered on a genetic level, which made them ultimately answer to the Supreme Chancellor alone, and were thusly trained and drilled to obey without a question and no chip needed. Okay, so let's talk about that. First of all, I don't think that they answer to the Supreme Chancellor. I think they answer to Darth Sidious. The more logical is the Supreme Chancellor on the surface. So let's talk about that. Dooku has a this is in EU. Dooku has a confrontation with Jango. He has like a group of enforcers with him. Jango is with other Mandalorians. A bunch of the Mandalorians get killed, but Jango takes out a bunch of Dooku's enforcers. And they're Force users. He kills 6 of them with his bare hands. Or is it 6 Jedi? It might be 6 Jedi. I'm trying to remember now. This is expanded universe. Anyways, he has a battle with Dooku that Dooku sees. He, with his bare hands, kills, I think it's Jedi, 6 Jedi. Okay. He also kills more people, but he kills 6 with his bare hands. So, Dooku is commissioned by Sidious to find a donor to create a clone army. He meets Jango, sees this, learns about Jango's past, hires Jango. Jango gives the sample. They create the clones. Of course, with the one condition of one unaltered clone, Boba fucking Fett. All right. So on the surface, it would sound logical that the Supreme Chancellor would be buried into the programming, and the Kaminoans would know this, at least 1 or 2 of them, right, that's doing the chip programming, or their genetic programming, however they achieved it, would write in there that you answer to the Supreme Chancellor. Now, on the surface, that makes sense, right? Because he assumes he's going to assume power of the Republic. He's the Supreme Chancellor. And then it would make sense for the clones then to answer to him. Now, let's dig deeper. If you remember in previous streams, I've mentioned to you that the clones would get wiped out after the fall of the Republic, as do the all the leaders of the CIS. Remember, he sends Anakin, well, he sends Darth Vader to Mustafar to kill all those leaders. Why? Because he's eliminating all traces of him being the Supreme Chancellor and how he rose to power, so that nobody questions. He's tying all knots and cleaning out everything. So he gets rid of the clones. He gets rid of any remnants. He kills all the Jedi so that there's no one that can question how he got to power. Okay, So when you think from the Sidious logic, no, he would not have had an order written for the Supreme Chancellor, because that gives a chance for someone to interrogate a Kaminoan or look into that genetic code or chip code and see that the clones were to answer to the Supreme Chancellor. Understand? What if someone had discovered the chip earlier? Like, who is it that does? Echo? One of them. I think it's Echo in the Clone Wars. And they start fiddling around and checking these chips. Then they read into the code and they find Supreme Chancellor. Understand? So to avoid any connections there, I don't believe that Sidious had the clones programmed to answer to Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. What they were answering to was Emperor Palpatine. Because remember, he says, I'm changing the, what does he say? To the new Galactic Republic, or what is he? I forget how he words it. Galactic Empire, he says. I'm uniting all the systems under the Galactic Empire. I forget how he words it in I guess that's in Sith, or is it the end of Attack of the Clones? I don't remember now, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Okay, so first and foremost, first point is I don't think they were programmed to answer to Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. They were programmed to answer to Darth Sidious or Emperor Palpatine. In fact, one of the clones, I think it's Cody, doesn't he say Darth Sidious? I believe he does. So I'm pretty sure he says Darth Sidious. Well, here, let's look. Just for posterity. Chris, who I think is adaptive, I'm going to go out of the group watch, and I'll start a new one here in a second, so don't worry. I want to check this to make sure I get it right. 66 happens in Sith. Where the hell is Sith at? Okay, Sith isn't there. Let's check it just to be absolutely. Obi-Wan fakes leaving. Anakin goes to Mustafar. I guess I'm too far ahead. Let's see. Okay. Here's Cody. He says, "Yes, my lord," or what does he say? We'll see here in a second. Commander Cody. The time has come. Execute Order 86. Okay, so he says, "Yes, my lord." Which could go several ways, I suppose. What about Gree? Does Gree say? I don't think Gree says anything. Gree sees the message, they look at each other and go after Yoda. I'm pretty sure. Here. Yeah, Gree doesn't say anything. He's by himself. Stands next to the other clone. It will be done, my lord, he says. Okay. Gree is my favorite clone, by the way. The camo that's on Kashyyyk. It walks up behind Yoda and tries to kill him. Okay, so he says, my lord. So, again, I don't think that he's answering to Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. He's answering to Emperor Palpatine or Darth Sidious. That's what I believe the programming is. That's how I always understood it. So, as far as the chip, if we're going by canon, by the movies, there is no chip. There's just that belief, like I explained. The Palpatine, they were programmed to, at the end of the day, if Emperor Palpatine commands you to, gives you an order, then. Now, Order 66 also could be a trigger word. That could be part of it as well. Like when you're hypnotized, you could have a trigger word. It makes you do stuff. So maybe it doesn't matter who says it. Maybe it's just, if anybody would have said, execute Order 66, all the clones would have freaked out anyways. Now we don't know. Now, in EU, there were some stories of the clones having a chip. That's where that comes from. And I believe in the Clone Wars cartoon, it's been a long time since I watched it, but they probably talk about, I know they do later with like Echo and all that, but early on, I don't remember if they talk about chips. So, true canon, if we're going by what we see in the films, it's either a trigger word or they're programmed to answer to Emperor Palpatine. It's that simple. That's what they were been programmed for, which goes back to the belief thing. If we go by expanded information, well, they're supposedly chips. If you then go to the Clone Wars cartoon to support it, well, again, that's all Filoni baloney. So, as we saw, no brain chip in Attack of the Clones, and no mention to it was made until later on in the Star Wars, the Clone Wars TV series, unless I'm mistaken. Yes, basically what I just said. So, technically in canon, no, there is no chip. So then it goes down to, do you believe in Dave Filoni? You already know how I feel. But we don't know that the chip code was tied to Palpatine. More likely it's connected to Order 66. Yeah, again, it could just be a trigger word. Maybe, Padme could have said, order me 66 candles for this cake, and who knows what could have happened. I don't know. I think probably it's a trigger word. Execute Order 66, that phrase. Not just 66 or Order 66, but execute Order 66. And again, yes, in canon, we don't technically know if it's because Palpatine's triggering it or if it's a trigger word. But we do know that there's no chips. There's no mention. So therefore, you have to assume that the chips are strictly Filoni. Public will be reformed into the first galactic empire for a secure society. Correct. Right. Galactic empire. So that's why I'm saying, like, news travels fast, right? Imagine something on Twitter, like we all see it, and it's like, so imagine in Star Wars where everyone's connected. There's the HoloNet, like everybody sees major announcements, and something like the Supreme Chancellor got burned by the Jedi, and he's now restructured the first galactic empire for a secure society. There you go. Everybody's going to know that like right away, which again makes the Mandalorian ridiculous and the sequel trilogy ridiculous, because everybody would know these things. All this stuff would be all over the galaxy, all over the HoloNet, in people's mouths, in stories. in schools. Anyways, so everyone would know, the clones would be under the mentality that the Galactic Empire has now taken over. And then they get the trigger word, right? Or execute Order 66. But again, it's not totally clear if it's because of Palpatine or the words, or as a security measure, maybe it's both. Maybe Palpatine himself has to speak those words. That's something we would have to ask George Lucas. Because in canon, there's no chips. Cody doesn't mention Sidious by name. Yeah, only as Lord, yeah. Always thought of Order 66 as a hidden program that's activated and makes the clones change their focus and orders, that being the moment they started fighting for the Trade Federation. Yes, except they don't fight for the Trade Federation, they fight for the Galactic Empire. Right? They were fighting for the Galactic Republic, and then they switched over to fighting for the Galactic Empire. But yeah, that's how I always interpreted it, is that there's something in their programming. To me, the chip always kind of sounded silly, like, he activated a chip. We see in canon that he's saying the words. Now, the words could activate the chip technically, but I think it's knowing Star Wars, knowing George Lucas, that's exactly what he was doing, is the faith thing. And when the master says, these are your new orders, those clone soldiers that are trained to just obey did exactly that. There was no thought or emotion or, it was programmed into their brains that that's what they were there for. So I don't think that a chip is even necessary. I think that Filoni and his Clone War crew came up with that to try to explain it. Because a lot of people always ask, like, well, why did the clones do that? And how come what made them act that way? So, and again, going by canon, there's none of that. So we have to take it on faith that those words, it was either the specific keywords and or the Palpatine had to say those keywords. Again, those are questions for George Lucas. But going by the movies. Okay. Where are we at? Okay, they're going across the bridge. Luke shoots the door. Stormtrooper falls in the elevator shaft. 6 feet onto green mats. Run, Luke, run. Okay. So they just left the Death Star and Luke's moping at the table. All right. Trade Federation and Galactic Empire mixed up. Yep. Okay, I'm at 133.26. Luke is moping at the table. Just a moment. I assume the link is the same, but here's that link. All right. Let me see here. Or not. I remember this happened last time. A bunch of pictures got jumbled up in the wrong damn place. There's a desktop. Oh boy. Okay. I wonder, did that work? It might have. Yes, there's the link. Okay. So he's moping at the table. Leia brings him the blanket, puts it over his shoulders. We're coming up on their sensor ships. Hold them off. Angle the deflector shields while I hold them off with the main guns. I can't believe he's gone. Come on, buddy. We're not out of this yet. Don't get cocky, kid. Stay sharp. One of the greatest scenes in all of Star Wars. Low grade comes up in the computer. Here they come. They're coming in too fast. Come on, Luke. We've lost lateral controls. Don't worry, she'll hold together. R2 fire extinguishes the little fire. Got him. I got him. Great kid. Don't get cocky. There's still two more of them. What a cool explosion. That last TIE fighter. That's it. We did it. We did it. That whole scene, man. Leia, here they come. I was thinking of Peter Griffin. Dun, 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 dun. Are they away? They've just made the jump into hyperspace. You sure the Hobing beacon is secure aboard their ship? Ah! Somebody jump back on me. I'm taking an awful risk, Vader. This had better work. You know, sometimes I amaze even myself. That doesn't sound too hard. They let us go. It's the only explanation of the ease of our escape. Easy? You call that easy? Not this ship, sister. What's so important? What's the carry? The technical readouts of that battle station. It's not over yet. It is for me, sister. That whole dialogue there. I ain't in this for your revolution, and I'm not in it for you, princess. I expect to be well paid. I'm not in it for the money. You needn't worry about your reward. If money is all that you love, then that's what you'll receive. You should be in it for the princess. You get the princess plus all her money. What do you think of her, hon? I'm not trying. I'm trying not to. Good. It's got a lot of spirit. Princess, a guy like me. The planets look really nice in the special edition, though. Yavin 4. All right, just a moment. Just a moment. Leia. She's such a trip. All right, that's where I'm at. On a server, the clues never knew about, but once they heard execution, it was like their minds were sent the program which altered. Yeah. Yes. Reimagined. We talked about that earlier. I think it's really cool, but it's not Jim Huss Star Wars videos on YouTube. I don't know those. Jim Huss. Never heard of it. I think when you isolate it, just watching that scene, it's very cool. It's nice to imagine them having that massive duel. But one was an old machine and the other was an old man, and I think that battle was pretty adequate. And if you watch it in detail, they do some pretty good sword fighting there. It's just not all flashy, but if you really pay attention, they do some pretty good sword fighting there. Jim Huss. You must use the information in this R2. Shit. So much dialogue. When we heard about Alderaan, we feared the worst. You must use the information inside this R2 unit to help plan the attack. It's our only hope. R2. The Death Star plans. We're approaching the planet Yavin. Rebel bases on a moon on the far side. We're preparing to orbit the planet. Okay. How do they know that the rebels are on Yavin 4? I never really thought about this. How does the Empire know that? They don't mention it. Well, because they track it. They track the Falcon. Yeah, I guess that's got to be why. They track the Falcon. I guess I never really thought about that before. Subconsciously, I guess. Well, yeah, they tracked the Falcon, so. All right. Battle station is heavily shielded and carries a firepower greater than half the Starfleet. Direct a large-scale assault. Pardon me for asking, sir. What the Snook fighters are going to do against that? Or they'd have a tighter defense. Analysis of the plans provided by Princess Leia has demonstrated weakness in the battle station. Speaking of if you look at 1 hour, 40 minutes, and 13 seconds, there's a black R2 unit right next to R2, which goes back to the point that there's thousands of these astromech droids all over the place. This is why Obi-Wan would not recognize R2. You're required to maneuver straight down this trench and skim this surface to this point. The target meter is only 2 meters wide. It's a small thermos exhaust port. Shaft leads directly to the reactor. I'm laughing because there's so many like naughty memes with, you know, the exhaust port is 2 meters wide, and it's always some girl bent over. Anyways, precise hit will start a chain reaction, which should destroy the station. Only precise hit will set up a chain reaction. The shaft is ray shielded, so you'll have to use proton torpedoes. It's not impossible. I used to bullseye womp rats. Remain your ships and may the force be with you. Bullseye. Did they say bullseye in Star Wars? I guess they do. That's funny. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Did I miss those two? Maybe 26 and 27. I'm just counting orange flight suits here. Just curious. Orbiting the planet at maximum velocity. This will be a day long remembered. We have seen the end of Kenobi, and soon will end the rebellion. And soon we'll see the end of the rebellion. All flight crews, man your stations. Home and beacon on the Falcon, yeah. These Death Star plans brought to you by Baby Jen. Yes, Baby Jen sure did bring those Death Star plans. Yeah, I guess the thing with the Falcon, I never really thought about it because when you watch it here in slow motion, you're looking at such isolated things, you know. And I guess every time I've watched the film, I just never really thought about it. I was like, yeah, they followed the Falcon. But just now, I was thinking to myself, like, wait a minute, how do they know? That they're on Yavin, and it just because I was so focused on individual scenes. Baby Jen. R.I.P. Jen Erso, yes. I think we need a Jen Erso moment.
May the force be with us.
Where is this one's funny. Oh, Baby Jen. I bye. All right. You going to sleep? I bye. Have a good night, James. All right. All flight crews, man your stations. It's 20 minutes left. Are we going to get through A New Hope? So you got your reward and you're just leaving then. That's right. Yeah. You don't think I'd be fool enough to stick around here, do you? Why don't you come with us? You'd be ready to get into a fight. We could use you. Come on, take a look around. You know what's about to happen, what they're up against. You're turning your back on them. It's more like suicide. Well, take care of yourself, Ron. I guess that's what you're best at, isn't it? Hey, Luke, may the force be with you. What are you looking at? I know what I'm doing. There's a green R2 going into an X-Wing. Oh, okay. I was thinking of something I was going to mention. I remember, but I'll bring it up. It's coming up again. So, yeah, there's a green R2 going into a Y-Wing, actually. R2 following Luke around. He's got to follow his own path. You know, no one can choose it for him. I only wish Ben were here. Open main launch tubes. You know, it's interesting. There's no underwear in space, but there sure is makeup. Biggs, I don't believe it. How are you? Skywalker, are you sure you can handle this ship? Sir, Luke is the best bush pilot in the Outer Rim territories. He'll do all right. Garvin Drays, who gets cooked by Vader. They'll never stop us. This R2 seems a little beat up. You want a new one? What do they got? A bunch of extra R2s hanging around in the Rebel base in Yavin 4? You wouldn't want my life to get boring, would you? The beautiful sound of all the X-Wings and Y-Wings powering up. Luke's X-Wing takes off. Luke, the Force will be with you. And of course, they added all these extra ships leaving Yavin 4. Standby alert. Death Star approaching. Estimated time to firing range 15 minutes. Okay. That cone coming around and lining up with Yavin 4, the whole 15 minutes, 5 minutes, all that. The Death Star will be in range in 30 seconds. That whole thing. That was Marsha Lucas. That was added at the end of Star Wars being made when she was re-editing things, and she added that cone that's showing the view, the firing view of the Death Star. That whole thing is Marsha Lucas. And here come the X-Wings with some Y-Wings. All wings report in. Red 6 standing by. Porkins. R.I.P. Porkins. Mark S4 is in attack position. Porkins, we're passing through the magnetic field. Look at the size of that thing. That's what she said. Accelerates attack speed. So I always thought it was cool how they show inside and out. Like you see the stormtroopers running around and the guys on the cannons, and then you see the X-wings flying around outside. But then they also cut to Yavin 4. You see them in the command base. I just always like how they cut those different perspectives. Got a little cooked, but I'm okay. I talked a lot about this in the is Luke's X-wing in the Mandalorian video. We'll have to destroy them ship to ship. Get the crews to their fighters. There's a lot of fire coming from the right side of that deflection tower. Cover me, Porkins. I think Porkins covers everybody. I've got a problem here. It's funny. He says, eject, pull up. Where are you going to eject to? Into space? I always thought that was weird. Eject. What the hell are you going to eject to, dude? He doesn't have a mask. The rebel base will be in firing range in 7 minutes. Luke, trust your feelings. Cooks a bunch of the surface. We picked up a new group of signals. Enemy fighters coming your way. Here they come. You got one on your tail. You've picked one up. Watch it. This is a really cool shot where that TIE is chasing Biggs. Get him, Luke. Kablooey. Several fighters have broken off from the main group. Come with me. Watch your back, Luke. Hang on back there, R2. Where are you? I can't shake them. Wedge shoots the TIE and flies through it. And here come the Y-wings. Stay in attack formation. The exhaust port is marked and locked in. Switch all power to front to deflector shifting. I'm just thinking, like, if you took all this dialogue, like, you could totally make a porno with it. How many? About 20 guns. Some on the surface, some on the towers. Death Star will be in range in 5 minutes. Switching to targeting computer. Computer's locked. Getting a signal. The guns, they've stopped. That dude looks like Adam Carolla. Stabilize your rear deflectors. I'll take them myself. Cover me. Vader and his badass Darth Vader tie. And here goes the first Y-wing. Stay on target. Stay on target. You're out of there. Vader just took 3 Y-Wings out like they were nothing. Should have your ship standing by. Evacuate in our triumph, in our moment of triumph. I think you overestimate their chances. Yeah, well, it's one bad decision you made there, Grand Moff Tarkin. This is Red. Red 2 flying towards you. This is Base 1. Keep half of your group out of range. Those X-Wings look so awesome flying over the Death Star. Should be able to see it by now. The guns have stopped. Almost there. Almost there. R.I.P. Garvin Dreys. Almost there. It's a hit. No, negative. It didn't go in. It just impacted on the surface. Some behind the scenes. Originally, Luke had 2 trench runs. He misses the first one, hits the second. But it felt very discombobulated, and it was much longer, so it was cut out for time as well. But technically, Luke had 2 trench runs in the original. It's better this way, anyways. R.I.P. Garvin Dreys. He's right now. I just paused it. It's 153.02, and Darth Vader's like right on his shoulder, about to shoot him down. Red Leader, we're right above you. I just lost my starboard engine. You're about to lose more than that. Get set up for your attack run. And there goes Garvin. Kabloom. One minute in closing. At that speed, will you be able to pull out in time? See what I'm saying? Like, if you took all this dialogue, you could make a totally different movie here. We'll stay far enough back to cover you. My scope shows the tower. Are you sure your computer can hit it? Watch yourself. Increase speed, full throttle. What about that tower? You worry about those fighters. I'll worry about that tower. That stabilizer's broken loose again. See if you can't lock it down, R2. It's pretty handy having an R2 in the back of your hot rod, the back of your vessel. I'm hit. Get out of there, Reg. Let him go. Stay on the leader. They're coming in much faster this time. Man, I love Vader's TIE Fighter. Biggs. R.I.P. Biggs. 30 seconds in closing. Use the Force, Luke. Let go, Luke. His computer's off. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm all right. No. I've lost R2. No bueno. Death Star has cleared the planet. You may fire when ready. Oh, look, he's got boots on. Han. That second TIE fighter that bumps Darth Vader. What a knucklehead. You're all clear, kid. What a scene. They're about to fire the laser. And then, kaboom. Man, it's technically that one damn TIE pilot's fault. Had he not knocked great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million. If he had not knocked Vader into tumbling around in space, he might have taken out Luke. And they land right here. When he lands, he climbs out of the X-Wing. He's back on Yavin, comes down. Leia hugs him. If you look at the nose of his X-Wing, it has one solid red stripe. Red 5, Luke's X-Wing does not have a solid red stripe. It has a broken. There's the tip, the nose, that rounded part. Then there's the red stripe, and then it's broken. There's a white spot, and then there's continues red stripe. It's like a big white rectangle. This was just a mistake because, they had a hangar with static X-Wing models there, and they just had him climb out of one to do this scene. But technically, that's not Luke's X-Wing because Luke's Red 5 has a break in the paint, which, if you've seen my video, is Luke's X-Wing in The Mandalorian. I go into great detail over that whole thing. I knew there was more to you than money. R2. Man, he's scrapped. You can repair him, can't you? You must repair him. If any of my circuits or gears will help, I'll gladly donate them. He wouldn't. And we're at the award ceremony. Wow, did we actually make it through A New Hope? Okay. There's all these damn rebels in this award ceremony. Where were these guys when we're trying to take out the damn Death Star? Where were all these guys? Leia's hair is awesome here. There's a shit ton of pilots. Yeah, Leia's hair is so awesome in this. There's no underwear in space. R2 bobbling around. I like how he bobbles around until 3PO puts his hand. No medal for Chewie. Star Wars is racist. Written and directed by George Lucas. Produced by Gary Kurtz. Okay. Couple things. First of all, The movie ended. There's 4 minutes and roughly 15 seconds of credits. Mandalorian and WandaVision are like 30-minute episodes and have like 15 minutes of freaking credits. The shit is ridiculous. When you have even more than 5 minutes, but like 10 plus minutes of credits on a show that's like 38, 28 minutes. I watched this like a year ago. I mean, I've seen parts of it because in my videos, right, I'm always clipping stuff. But last time I really watched it was about a year ago when I did the stream with Ambassador. Would Star Wars be loved today like it was in 1977? I would say that it still would. It's still beautiful. It's still detailed. It's still amazing. But today was the first time that I really saw it kind of felt dated. It's not to say that I haven't noticed, right, in the past 40 years. Of course it's dated, right? It's from 77. But today, when I watched it, I really was looking at like all the buttons and stuff, pipes and stuff on the walls and all that kind of stuff. I believe when Obi-Wan's at the tractor beam and he turns that, it's like got like a long neck. He turns that. I believe that's from a record player. The neck from a record player. I believe that there's two of them there, and he turns the one. More so than ever, I've noticed it felt really dated today. Now, I'm not saying that in at all a negative way for what it's worth. I'm not saying that it's a problem or that it's diminishing the film or anything like that. Just saying that today I really was looking at a lot of other stuff. R.I.P. Porkins. So my point is this. If you were to see Star Wars today, like the typical person, well, yeah, you're going to be like, man, that's really a dated film. You can see like all the pipes and silly stuff, I mean, it's so well done. It's not that it's poorly. I mean, obviously we know, right? It's beautiful, the amount of detail and stuff, but regardless, it looks dated. So I was just thinking, like, if you were to see it today, most people I think would be like, oh, that film is like, very dated. You have to be a person that has a good imagination, a good sense of humor, that can suspend belief. Part of why I'm saying this is because in 77, it wasn't that hard. It was like all modern. It all looked amazing. Like, oh my God. And it's still like old school pipes coming out of the wall, But when you saw it, I mean, part of it is we were kids, but also like when you saw it in 77, the world was very different. So it felt dated, but like in the future dated. Now it feels dated like 70s dated. So I just guess it depends on how you would see the film. And I think that most people would see it like, wow, this is an old dated film. If you are someone that has a spirit of nerdiness or space or sci-fi or any of that, well, of course you're going to watch Star Wars and be like, holy shit, this is amazing. So it's just interesting. It doesn't diminish the film at all. Just saying that today I really noticed some stuff that yeah. I always thought the design of the ancient temple turned rebel base on Yavin 4 was rather cool. I think it could be. I think it is. And by the way, that's an actual Mayan temple. They digitally added some size and depth to it. But that's an actual real, they like dressed it up digitally, but that's a real place that those temples or that temple. I liked her going, it's okay. Codfish. It's all right. I did a deep dive of that. There's a lot of problems in that movie, though. Can't believe your progress. Moving fast tonight. Yes. Well, because I didn't. One, you guys aren't chatting as much, and two, I didn't have as much stuff to get in detail with. It's tough looking at the picture of the temple in Yavin 4, knowing that in the EU it was Luke's Jedi temple. Yeah. Luke's Jedi Academy. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is sad to see the, think of clicking clock gimmick using a lot of westerns. The cone, high noon. Yeah. No source material. Yeah. To think they had all that stuff that they could have just. Always wondered how they paid Han. Was it in Imperial credits or in some precious metal ingots? I highly doubt that he was paid spice. Paid in spice, though. I would assume Imperial credits, which is another thing. At that time, Imperial credits were probably the most valuable money, That was the money of the Empire. So the reason I mention it is because, Mandalorian is 5 years after Jedi. Because Mandalorian makes this big tiff about the Empire's gone, which they're not. We all know they're not. Not to mention you see stormtroopers all over the damn place. So, Mando's just fucking dumb. But, he insists that the Empire is gone and that Imperial credits aren't worth shit. Remember? And then Grief Karga's like, well, I can give you Mon Calamari's, but or Calamari Flan, but I can only pay you half as opposed to Imperial credits. So it just is silly because Imperial credits should still be good. I don't know why they wouldn't be. But whatever. They made this whole point of Mando being like, no, the Empire's gone, but yet the Empire is all over. In the fucking trailer, we see all the damn helmets on spikes. The Empire is obviously around. Oh, well. I would assume Imperial credits. I don't know. It could have been rubies or gems. We never really technically see or know. Although I feel like this was mentioned in the EU at some point. Digital shot of all the X-Wings floating in, flights mode, floating by, and engaging the X-Foils into attack mode. It sends me right back to being 12 years old. Yeah. Unless I'm mistaken, they're S foils, not X. Not X, but S. S foils. When the special edition was coming to theaters, it gets me just as much as the rot scene where R2 sends Luke his lightsaber and he goes to work. Special edition was coming to theaters. It gets me just as much as the Rots scene. You mean Return of the Jedi, not Rots. That's why I was like reading that, like, what? Yeah, Return of the Jedi. It was featured on many commercials and trailers and even cross promotions with other products. Roberto. Hello, Not My Star Wars. No matter how many times we watch A New Hope, the trench run never stops being exciting. Yes, it's always amazing. Favorite moment is when we see Luke's relief face after the shot. Yeah. Inspired most directors that you know today, even a lot of actors, are because of Star Wars. It's the most influential film in box office, in awards, in well, no, it didn't win that many awards, but musical impact, pop culture impact, film impact, film industry impact. Han didn't receive due to the no imperial entanglements clause that was breached. Yeah, I guess that's true. Not to mention Ben wasn't around to pay him. That's true. Well, but he does get paid because remember, right when he's telling Luke, you know, may the force be with you when he's about to go fly. He said, we could use a good pilot like you. He's loading up his payment there. So he did say that's the real trick, isn't it? Yeah, he sure did. Han got swindled. Well, he's not a smuggler, so how would he know, right? Achievement unlocked, A New Hope. There you go. We need a little medal or trophy or something. No medal for Chewie. Yeah, poor Chewie. Well done. Thank you. By the way, with Chewie, there's a few stories. There's a Disney nonsense story where Han like sold it for drinking money, and then it ends up with Chewie. Some dumb shit. But I would think most known story is that because Wookiees are primitives, they don't value like treasures and trinkets and stuff like that. They're warriors. So a leather bandolier would be more valuable to a Wookiee than, you know, a gold medal. So which reminds me, in Mandalorian, because the same type of connection, but also because I just made that video, right, about ILM. Mando crashes on I forget if that planet was actually Mon Calamari. I think it was some other planet they said it was. He crashes, the ship goes in the water, they pull it out with the crane. He tells the Mon Calamari or the Calamari to you know, repair his ship, and he goes off with the baby into the hut to find the location of the mission, to get a mission, to get a mission, to get a box, to get a MacGuffin, to get a McMuffin, to anyways. So he pays him 1,000 credits to fix the ship. He comes back, he's like, that's the best you could do, and he signs off, right, and sputters off the planet. Okay, well, first of all, they didn't fix anything. All they did was like put fishnet on it and like some ropes across it. I mean, but the point and the connection here is that Mon Calamari are very intelligent and very known as excellent mechanics, and yet this Mon Calamari was like clueless, couldn't do anything to fix Mando's ship. So Dave Filoni. Sand people are primitive. They hate technology. They absolutely despise technology. They stay amongst themselves. They don't communicate with strangers. They certainly don't hang out with Mando and at campfires chatting, and they don't take money or medals, or he traded them in one episode binoculars, right? He gave them some macro binoculars. They wouldn't want that. They use no technology. They hate all technology. That's why their rifles, remember in Phantom Menace, they're sniping at Anakin with bullets. They don't use technology. And they don't associate with others. They're animals, as Anakin says. So, again, Dave Filoni, not understanding Star Wars characters. Princess Leia calls Chewie walking carpet, yes. Chewie at the end of TFA. I think it's all intentional. Well, but this is two totally different camps, two totally different people. Remember, this is JJ and KK, and that was George. That was totally different. I don't know that. I don't think that it's. Because it's not like she snubs Chewie in A New Hope. And remember, he's like her guardian in Empire. So I'm trying to think in Jedi. They get Han, they escape. She's on the Falcon with Han, right? And Chewie. Luke goes to Dagobah, but where the hell did they go? I'm trying to remember where they go in Jedi after man, it's been a while. When they leave Tatooine. Bespin? No, Bespin's Empire. Where the hell did they go? I don't remember right now. Anyways, point being, I don't think that it's intentional. The thing in TFA was J.J. Abrams admitted he fucked up. He said, like, I can't believe I missed that. Because there's right where Rey in the Falcon lands and Leia like goes and hugs Rey, who she's never met before for whatever reason, but yet Chewie goes walking right by right after Han was fucking killed. That was JJ. Because he's publicly said, I can't believe I missed that. I screwed up. You think it's okay, not everybody likes Wookiees. So you think Leia's a Wookieist? Dated, yes, but on the bright side, no guy in jeans in any of the scenes. Correct. Yeah, and again, I'm not saying dated like in a bad way, like, oh my god, this looks like an old junky film, or not at all. Just saying that, like, it's, you know, it does have 43 years on it now, and you can tell. It doesn't all fall apart, doesn't look bad. It's just, you know, it's 43 years. No jeans guy. Great respect to George Lucas for creating Star Wars. Absolutely. This film is the reason we're all here. There is none of this. Clone Wars, you know, Ahsoka Tano, Mandalorian, all this stuff that people like today. There's none of this without this movie right here. High Republic, Geode. Porkins into Star Wars when they were young, 4 and 5. Nice. Just me, but I love the outdated look of Star Wars 4. It feels like every cent went to the screen. That and also Ford and Hamill don't have much experience acting. It's charming. Yeah, I love it too. As I've said before, this is the most, first of all, made more money than all of them. I mean, literally all of them. This movie made $3 billion plus. So more than any other Star Wars film. This movie had the biggest impact on culture, society, humanity, the planet, film industry, everything. How the box office works, all that stuff. Toy market, everything changed. The entire world changed because of this movie right here. This movie right here, if there was nothing else ever made for Star Wars, is a complete film, beautiful, amazing, and still a fantastic film. Whereas the other ones, they're like pieces of a bigger story. If you just saw Empire, it's a great film and it's amazing, but if you didn't have any context of who Vader or Luke are, why is he his father, like the whole thing would just be totally out of place. Jedi, I think, could stand on its own a little better than Empire, but still you would be wondering, like, who are these people? Why is all this going on? Whereas this film, you can watch beginning to end and that's it. You could never see another Star Wars movie and you would be complete. So more than Empire. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, honestly, on any given day, I could say my favorite is Star Wars. I could say my favorite is Empire. I could say my favorite is Jedi. It's always a normal pattern for me that Jedi was always my favorite. But you can argue any day of the week that this is the best Star Wars movie, or that Empire is, or the Jedi is. They're all great in their own ways. But this one, undeniably, what you cannot take away from it is, one, how much money it made, two, the impact it had on the world, every aspect of life. This movie has changed. And again, it's a complete film on its own. So. Battlefront 2 campaign. No, I have not. I don't play that game. Welcome Retreat. I don't play that game, so I can't say that I have. Between end of A New Hope and beginning of Empire, I'd have to check, but it's 4 or 5 years. Jedi, I believe, is 7 years. I can check. I'm going off of memory here. That's roughly what it is. The problem now is all the timelines don't have. It's like they've eliminated the BBY and ABY, and they've eliminated the. They're even eliminating the BSI, which is before Starkiller incident. Their nonsense that they made. Even that has been. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but if you look at the timeline lately, any of the timelines that they put out, they talk about the eras, but they don't say anymore the time, the dates. That's something they've gotten away from. And again, this is them decanonizing and changing everything. Eventually, they're just going to be like, oh, there is no... there is no timeline. It's just, you know... Here, hold on. It's taking me all over the place. I just want to see this damn thing. Empire is 3 years, Jedi is 4. So yeah, 7 years from Battle of Yavin is Jedi, which then 5 years after that is Mandalorian. So Mandalorian is 12 years after Star Wars, after the Death Star gets blown up. 12 years. And Mando, that grew up, born roughly around episode 3, and is now, you know, in his 30s, 40s, whatever, however old he is. 12 years after the first Death Star blew up, never mind 5 years after the second Death Star blew up, and he doesn't know about the Empire or the Force or any of that stuff. Stupid. Dumb. Anyways, most of the timelines nowadays don't have the BBY or ABY or even the BSI. They've like totally it's like they're getting rid of that. Here's another problem in the canon. Okay. Here's a BSI timeline. Let me see. I can probably show you guys so you can see this monkey mess. Is that here? Yes. Let me see if I can get a better. Okay. When is this from? 1/9/2020. Okay, so now it's BSI, before Star Killer incident. In other words, when the Star Killer base gets destroyed. Force Awakens. All right. So here they're claiming at 53 BSI. So if Star Killer base incident is 32 ABY. Okay, that's when Force Awakens happens. 32 ABY. So if you subtract 32 from 53, that leaves you with 21. Okay, so they're saying that 21 years before the first Death Star is blown up. All right, 21 years, which puts you at Clone Wars, because Clone Wars is 22 BBY to 19 BBY. The Clone Wars is 3 years long, 22 to 19. And we just said that 21 years before, so literally like in Attack of the Clones, the movie Attack of the Clones, is when, according to Disney, the Empire occupies Ilum and begins excavation program. Well, first of all, the Empire doesn't exist yet, nor is the Empire that organized to be going off to the unknown regions to Ilum and excavating the fucking Starkiller base. But that's what they claim in their timeline, that at 53 BSI, the Death Star program begins under direction of Orson Krennic. On the same time, the Empire occupies Ilum and begins the excavation program. For those that don't know, Ilum is where they go get the crystals for the lightsabers. That's in the original Gandhi Clone Wars. In Disney Star Wars, the Empire goes out to Ilum, which is in the unknown regions, close to Exegol. They dig out the planet of Ilum, and that's what Starkiller Base is that planet with all the Jedi crystals in Disney's fantasy world. So they're claiming that 21 years before the first Death Star is blown up, they are already digging out and building Starkiller Base, which is much more advanced than the Death Star to begin with. But okay. "34 BSI is Death Star devastates Jeddah and Scarif, destroys Alderaan, rebels destroy Death Star." Okay, so 34 BSI is hour 0. Okay, so let's see. 34 from 53. What is that? 19. All right, so my math is a little bit off then. Still, 19 years before the Death Star is when they were digging out Ilum. 30 BSI, the second Death Star is destroyed. Is that right? That's not right. Huh? That's not right. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Return of the Jedi is 4 years after. Okay, that's correct. 4 years after. I think I added. Man, I'm starting to get tired. I think I added earlier Empire and Jedi as 7 years, but no, it's 3 years after, and then the 4th year after it's Jedi. So, anyways, second Death Star is 30 BSI. Starkiller weapon development progresses in unknown regions. See here, in 30, which is right where Jedi happened. And then 0 BSI is Resistance spies find clues in Sector Epsilon 51-3 that hint at Starkiller's existence. "30 years later, they find." All right, but the main point here is 19 years before the original Death Star, they're digging out Ilum and building Starkiller Base, according to Disney. So yeah, Empire's 3 years, Jedi's 4. Mando is 5 years after, so not 12 years, but 9 years. Mando is 9 years after 0, the first Death Star. Favorite pilot who attacks the Death Star? Has to be Luke, because nobody else. Well, I don't know. Garvin's the only one that really attacks, right? I mean, they all fly there and they all like maybe shoot at the surface, but I don't know. Wedge, Darth Vader. Who attacks the Death Star? Yeah, well, Vader doesn't attack the Death Star, so Wedge. Han's payment more reference to the scene on Yavin 4 when the rebels gave him his reward and all those green crates that he loads on the Falcon. Right. Did get paid for rescuing Princess Leia and partial payment from Luke for selling his land speeder. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, he would have got the money from Leia, right? He wouldn't have gotten. He was going to get the money from Leia regardless. That's the thing. Obi-Wan didn't have it, right? Obi-Wan knew that when he met up with the rebels that they would pay because he's got the plans. So they would gladly pay whatever Han needed. So technically, Obi-Wan wasn't going to pay him anyways, right? He knew that if he met the princess, the rebellion would. S-foils, not X-foils. Return of the Jedi, not Rots. Yeah, there you go. Moncala money is some cheap plastic. Yes, it sure is. No, we cannot. No, he did not create Star Wars. George Lucas did. A few weeks ago, I was on eBay looking for vintage Dianoga trash monster toy from '77, and for a little green piece of plastic, the prices were, I'm sure, this rare thing. Yeah. See what I go through for you guys? Wow, you guys are writing a lot here. It's been years since I've watched A New Hope. Someone stole my 2004 DVD set while I was in the hospital 9 months. Oh, that sucks. The hell? The actor who played Porkins also paid the fact that, yes, he did. In the Batman, yes, he did. Eckhart reminded me of Harvey Bullock. Yes. Leia did call Chewie a walking carpet. She did. I think she said it in a loving way, though, in a funny way. If I could ask George Lucas one question, it would have to be, why didn't you get a medal? What one question would you ask him? That's the problem. I don't have one. I have like 100 questions that I need to ask him. I don't have one that I can narrow down. If I had to, it would be a Boba Fett question, obviously, if I was forced to ask one question. But I haven't even thought in those terms because I have like this whole mental list of questions I want to ask him. So there's not like one pressing thing to me. There's like 50 to 100 questions I would like to ask him. Little details on canon. Stuff like the chip. Miss things if you have no plans or an ending in mind. Yeah. I would ask George if he would approve of seeing SC-38. I'm sure he likes it. Would he approve of it? No, I don't think so. He would probably say no. They're both old men, and that's how that battle needed to go down. Plus, it was about a bigger thing. It was about Obi-Wan becoming one with the Force. So, and of course, distracting Vader and them so that Luke and the crew could escape. Return of the Jedi is my favorite of the OT. The Phantom Menace is my favorite of the PT. Titanic made more money than the original 3 Star Wars movies. No. Titanic. How is this not here? What the hell? Wow, there's a ton of different Titanics here. 97? Gotta be. Yes. Made domestic, let's see. Where are you? Nice. Okay. Titanic made $3,618,264,007.14. So 3.6 billion. Yes, 3.6 billion. Where? Here. Here. So what happened? Okay, Titanic was 3.6 billion. 618. 3618. A New Hope. Oh yeah, it is over A New Hope. A New Hope is 3.365. Now, if you put them together, all three, because I think you said OT made more money than the original 3 Star Wars movies. If you put them, all three, I'm pretty sure they're going to have to beat. Yeah, they have to, because you're only 300 million off. And I know for Jedi alone made that, never mind Empire and Jedi. So together, no, that didn't beat them. But here's what happened. Because I remember this. I was pissed off because Titanic had taken out Star Wars as the highest grossing film. But then Phantom Menace came and that beat out Titanic. I remember that. Because it was a pretty big deal to some of us that a film had beaten up Star Wars. And then sure enough, Phantom Menace came and squashed that. Because Phantom Menace... No, here it's saying it still didn't. Phantom Menace made 1.027, whereas Titanic made 2.2. I seem to remember that it beat it, though. Let's see. Pace. It was 99. 1621. No, Titanic still got it. Titanic was 97. Let's see something here. I know there's a way to see. I can't remember where it is, but there's a way to see like year by year. What films came out that year or whatever. But right now I can't remember where the hell that is on here. Records, charts, release. People records. Maybe here. Doubt it, but can't find it right now. I'm kind of tired to be looking for all that, but there's a way to look at for the year the different movies. Anyways, there was something that knocked Titanic out, because I remember I was pissed, like a lot of Star Wars fans, that movie had made more than Star Wars, and then something came and knocked it out. I could have sworn it was Phantom Menace, but here it's saying it wasn't. But I know something did. And combined, I really doubt it, because A New Hope alone almost made as much. And I know that Empire and Jedi made like 200, 400 million each. So, plus remember cost. Titanic, that's interesting. Titanic, wow, in 97 cost $200 million. All right. The original Star Wars was 20 million with marketing. Jedi and Empire were both under 100 million, that's for sure. Which, just to be fair, Empire cost 23 million, Jedi cost 32 million. Titanic cost 200 million. Empire was in 126 theaters, Jedi in 1,000. Titanic was in almost 3,000 theaters. Okay. Worldwide box office 2.2, Titanic. Empire 549 million, Jedi 475 million. So right there, and that's not adjusted for inflation. Inflation adjusted just for domestic, Empire was 886 million, Jedi was 851 million. So way past, if you put the three of them together, yeah, they're well past Titanic. So you've got 32 and 23 is 55 plus 20 for A New Hope. So you're talking about $75 million George Lucas spent on the OT. Let's say these are production budgets, so let's add another 50. So you're at like 225. Let's just say 250 million he spent for the OT. Marketing, everything, the whole shebang. And that thing made, here, I'll tell you. A new, no, that's a different one. So 1980. A New Hope was 3.3 billion. Empire is 1,752,000 or 752 million. Okay, so 1.7 plus 3.3 is 5. Plus 1983. 1.2 for JEDI, so 6.2. So yeah, way past Titanic. And cost. What did I say? 6.2 billion, right? That's just OT. And it cost 200 and what did I say? Generously 250 million. You do the math. 6.2 billion minus 250 million that it cost to make them. Never mind all the toys, posters, hats, gloves, scarves, bed sheets, books, video games, action figures. So what did the OT make? 10, 15, 20 billion dollars alone, just the OT? When you consider all those things, it's pretty insane. Gap between A New Hope and Empire's 3 years. Gap between Empire and Jedi's 1, yeah. Don't trust Wikipedia. Favorite Star Wars movie other than the original 3? Attack of the Clones, Episode 2. Is 4 to 5 years after A New Hope. Yeah, 5 years. Or is it 5? Now you got me confused. I think it's 4. Yeah, Jedi's 4 years. No, he sees him after a year. He meets him in Empire 3 years after the Death Star. He spends months with him on Dagobah, trains, blah, 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 then goes to Cloud City. Right? Han gets taken that same day. And then a few months go by, he goes to Tatooine, frees Han, and he goes right back to Dagobah. So, a year at best. Terminator on a boat minus the killer machines. There's a wicked movie called Ghost Ship. Probably most of you have seen it. Always thought that movie was interesting. Tom Pollock for securing the rights of Star Wars. Yeah, there's a lot of people involved. Maybe whatever version they have streaming, but I too noticed that the sets and models and effects were more evident and made it appear dated and had never felt this way before. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It does feel more dated to me. Maybe because the image has gotten so crispy now. I don't know. And again, it's not necessarily in a bad way. Yeah, very loosely. Yeah. And Mandalorian's 5 years after Jedi. Bullshit indicator, correct. We have spoken about the bullshit indicator in the past. When I was a kid, my mom won us a spot in a week-long NASA space camp at NASA's complex facilities in Huntsville. And as a Star Wars fan, it felt like that first step into a larger world so much closer. Goof. Bullshit indicator. Watched Disney as a kid, anything space camp, I became enamored with and begged my parents to let me go. But when I looked into it, I was too young. In the Urban Dictionary, BSI means batshit insane, which for Disney Star Wars makes sense. Yes, batshit insane, correct. ABY exclusively lore, or was it ever established in the movies? That was BBY. ABY was what we've known since, I mean, I would think at least Empire. Definitely before the prequels, we knew ABY, BBY, because there was all kinds of expanded universe books. So, yeah, we knew about ABY, BBY for probably 40 years now. It never, I mean, technically it's never said in the movies like, oh, it's 3 years later. You know, there's never, I mean, if you want to look at it that way, but it is canon in that George Lucas did say, you know, this is when these movies occurred. By him giving you the amount of space between the films, that's canon. You understand? Because the films are canon. And if he is officially establishing that Empire was 3 years and Jedi was 4 years, and that the prequels were 32 years, and then Clone Wars was 22 to 19, all that is canon because that's George Lucas had determined that timeline. So, yes. To go as mom won a contest on radio, otherwise it would have been too expensive. There were different levels of camp for different age groups. Yeah, sure did. You with all these damn names. Invisible light. Well, you're not very invisible because I can see you. Did I hear correctly that the producers told the actors in the sequels to invent and write their own backstories? No, that's at Galaxy's Edge at the parks. They told all the cast members of Galaxy's Edge to just make up your own backstory because, you know, Star Wars doesn't have any lore or source material, so just make your own shit up. Can you imagine going to a kitchen and you have like 30 chefs and they're like, all right, you guys all make lunch. They would all be arguing about what lunch, how it's going to be prepared, who's going to make it. They would spend an hour just arguing with each other, trying to decide who's going to make the lunch. Just the same thing at Galaxy's Edge. You have your employees just making up Star Wars stories for their characters. Okay, it's going to go well. Fucking Disney, man. I think it was around 8, 9, or 10 when we went. The older you were, the more intense training activities you got to do. I was in the middle category, if I recall. 3 different. High school, 2003 for crying out loud. I'll bet Phantom Menace box office take or first day or week numbers or total U.S. numbers were what beat Titanic. Maybe the totals you were looking at were worldwide, included runnings and video sales. I did look at worldwide. Yeah. I remember something knocked it out because, again, I remember I was old enough, like I was 20-something when the prequels came out. And I remember that Titanic had taken out Star Wars, and we were all like, what the fuck? How the hell did that happen? And then I'm like, I would bet, man, my bottom dollar that Phantom Menace came and wiped that back out. But right now I'm tired, and I was looking and I'm not seeing that. But let's see. I can look again real quick because I still have it here. Phantom Menace cost $115 million in '99. Titanic cost $200 million in '97. Phantom Menace was in a few more theaters. Titanic had twice as many theatrical engagements. Wow. Okay, opening weekend, Titanic had 28 million. Phantom Menace had 64, almost 65 million. So 20, we'll round up 65 million to 29 million for Titanic. Domestic box office, Titanic wins by 200 million. International, that's where it really made. Man, that movie made $1,548 million in international box office. That's where it killed it. Phantom Menace made $552 million. But Phantom Menace, day by day, week by week, I'm looking here, was crushing Titanic. It just Titanic had longer legs, and that international, man, $1,548 million. That's insane. In '97. That's why, like, nowadays, like, Disney talks about, well, we have like 11 films that are $1 billion. In 2021, $1 billion is nothing, guys. The Rise of Skywalker not only barely made $1 billion, but it cost them over $600 million to produce, and it was 2019, basically 2020. $1 billion is not acceptable for a Star Wars movie. For Episode 9, that movie should have made $5 billion. So $1 billion ain't that much nowadays for a movie. That before there was less population, the days it's easier for a film to make money. Well, and there was no internet, no social media, no cell phone. I mean, Titanic, yes, but I'm thinking of the OT. You didn't have all the advantage of the films that have now. Whereas in '97, the internet was pretty up and running, you know. Titanic was something that was being publicized and promoted all over the world. I mean, the internet was still pretty basic because Phantom Menace came out and that video crashed the whole damn internet. But still, there was, compared to OT, you know, Titanic had a major advantage. You know, loved it. We spent the whole week learning from and training with master astronauts, and each group had a designated astronaut. Had a lot of money. Lucas made Star Wars with a lot less. With inflation, how much is the budget of Star Wars? Well, it was 20 million total for marketing and everything. It was 11 million to make the movie, and then I saw some paperwork that it was 20 million with everything marketing. So 20. That's right. $20 million adjusted for inflation from 77 to 2021 is 86,803,000. So you could say 87 million, which is still more than half of what Titanic cost, and still less than Phantom Menace. which was like 22 years later. So NASA Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, life-size Darth Vader and life-size Luke's land speeder. Yeah, but that would be pretty awesome as a kid. All right. I caught up to all the chat. And we finished A New Hope. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. All right, I need a little break. I got to stretch out. I need to get some more liquid. I've been drinking a lot of water lately. I don't know if you guys notice, because I used to always drink my tea. For like the past month or so, I guess, I've been drinking a lot of water. We got a new filter for the faucet, so I've just been drinking a ton of water. Not bad, 30 likes. Not too shabby. 31 likes. I just saw it pop up. All right. I'll leave you guys with the intermission again. It's 10 minutes. And I'm going to take a quick break, get some water. And we'll continue on. I don't know what you guys want to talk about. Anything you guys think about? Still kind of shocked that we made it through A New Hope. I wonder if what the hell happened? Damn it. I wonder if fucking Disney Plus is annoying, man. Porkins. I don't remember if there's other actor credits in this. And special edition credits are probably at the very end. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, but when I come back, I'm going to look through the credits of A New Hope. I wonder if Mark Anthony is there. Mark Anthony Austin's. I believe he's uncredited because it's Boba Fett, but I'm curious if maybe now he's there. I kind of doubt it. Really kind of doubt it. All right, I'll look when I come back. Let's close all this mess. BSI, batshit insane fucking Disney. What is that? Vader's famous line revealing himself to Luke as his father as it now exists, being remembered differently by fans. In essence, fans remember his line differently and say it's changed. Most people say, Luke, I am your father. Um, I remember everyone saying that. Luke, I am your father. But I seem to also remember him saying, no, I am your father from the movie. But, you know, I don't know. There's that whole Mandela effect that supposedly all this stuff is changing from the past. So, but no, I seem to remember it as it is now. But everyone I do remember would say, Luke, I am your father. Something Star Wars, especially for IMAX theater, that completely surrounded you. Yeah, there's so much he could have done. I really wish he didn't sell it. Damn it. Right now we would have Star Wars Plus and life would be so amazing. Can't even imagine. Can't even imagine. You know, I always working at Lucasfilm was never like a big dream to me, but working on Star Wars in some way was obviously a big dream to me. So I was much more heartbroken over the fact that George sold it as opposed to like, oh, well, now I definitely won't work at ILM. But that was definitely part of it too, I guess, is Lucasfilm thinking like, well, there goes that. Any thought of working on the Star Wars film. I just knew Disney was going to fuck it up, and boy, did they. Anyways, yeah. Star Wars IMAX, Star Wars virtual reality, Star Wars 3D. He should have made Star Wars Plus, done Underground and the 1313 game. He would have made a shit ton of money. And what I would have done is gotten some land in fucking Cali, like a big ass piece of land. And I would have, or Cali or wherever, but Cali probably. And I would have built this massive park. And the massive park would be Star Wars land, like I showed you guys in that illustration, as it's supposed to be. But it would also have George's museum. I would have made just this massive fucking, to compete with Disney, say fuck Disney, and have just Star Wars World and the Lucas Museum, and just fucking roast Disney. All right. I'll be back in 10 minutes, guys. Grab a drink, stretch out, do what you got to do. And it's going to be the same thing from earlier, sorry. But I'll come up with some more in the future so you have different intermissions. I just couldn't think of anything right away, and I just took my intro, but I'll come up with some other stuff. All right, I'll see you in 10. I always think of in 2 and 2. What was his name that he used to always say that? I think it was the dating game or something like that. And he would always say, we'll see you in 2 and 2. All right. See you in a few minutes. Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for NotMySTARWARS, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below.
My nephew, with that mighty Skywalker blood, and in my hubris, I thought I could train him, I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? What happened?
What do you want?
You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base? This is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, hey! You guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
You might. There's something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
special about you? You're
Nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary.
'Tis but a scratch.
A scratch? Well, what's that then?
I've heard worse.
You liar!
Come on, you pansy!
Victory is mine!
Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one. I have you now. What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Cocainum.
Like a rock.
Perhaps you referred to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it.
This belongs in a different galaxy altogether.
Greetings, programs! Together, we have achieved a great many things.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by...
Are you tired of scratched, lost, or broken glasses? Bulky, hard-to-use sun and eyeglass holders? Then you need the Clippy. It's as easy as pinch, clip, hang.
Did you know the average American spends 101 minutes a day in the car? Wouldn't it be great if your customers could see your company logo every time they hit the road? Then you need the Clippy, the perfect, unique, affordable product to promote your brand and with constant marketing exposure. Plus, it's 100% made in the USA. No longer will your promotional investment become someone's unused, unseen, discarded item.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
Never lose or break your sunglasses again. I was just thinking about the intermission. I don't want to wear you guys out with my intro over and over again. Although it's good in a sense, because if you guys know it, if you go to the bathroom or another room or something, you'll know when it's coming back. But I was thinking of what else I could do, and I figured clips from my other videos. I'm thinking I could take clips from the Skywalker Legacy. That might be pretty cool. I'll figure something out, like 2-3 different versions of the intermission. Luke, I am your father. No, I am your father. Yeah, everybody would say that. Hmm. That I don't remember. Always somebody comes in when I take a break. It's funny. I'm going to knock out. Want to say good night, great stream, keep up the great work. See you all next one. Yeah, good to see you. That guy says I'll be here next Friday. We'll see. My instinct is to do Empire, but what I was thinking, because I have some stuff on the Cassian Andor show that I never got around to making a video, and someone had in a recent stream said something about doing a stream on that. So I might maybe do that next week. We'll see. All right. Yeah, good night, man. If you still hear me. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe Cassian next week, or I don't know, maybe Empire. We'll see. I'm not sure. The name rings a bell, but I'm not sure. I would have to see it to remember if I saw it. Well, we finished it now. Finished it, I don't know, about an hour ago. So now we're just hanging out talking. But this is part 3, so it took 3 streams. I'm curious what your avatar is. Iron Man? I think that's Iron Man. It's funny because when it was smaller, it looked like a woman, like she was talking, but seeing it bigger, looks like it's Iron Man. Ooba. Ooba. I need to clip that. I always forget. You love that Ooba Ooba. It's definitely something that always sticks out to me. Ooba Ooba, that little saying. How old do you think I am? I saw somebody in my comments say, "Oh, he's in his 60s." It's like, wow, really? I look pretty damn good for 60. I was 3 years old when Star Wars came out. So there you go. If you have Star Wars knowledge, you can figure it out. Yes, I am old enough to see dinosaurs alive. And in fact, in Star Wars, it's called the High Republic. There you go. He knows math. But by this comment, you're probably 13. Because an adult wouldn't say that. Ooba, ooba. All right, let me look through these credits real quick. They're only 3 minutes long, unlike freaking Mandalorian. Ralph McQuarrie, planet and satellite artist. Phil Tippett. Oh, shoot. Right when I cast, let's see. I think it's separate. The special editions have a little separate credits at the end. Yeah. Special edition, producer Rick McCollum. Industrial Light and Magic. Yeah, I don't think Panavision Technicolor Deluxe. Filmed in Tunisia, photographed in Tunisia, Tikal National Park, Guatemala, Death Valley National Monument, California, and EMI Elstree Studios, Boreham Wood, England. Tikal National Park, Guatemala is Yavin 4, the temple. '97 Lucasfilm. (1-800-PHONE THX). I wonder if that still works. I wonder if that still works. Trying to find something real quick here. It's good in him, Padme says. Roberto, this is for you. There you go, buddy. Uba, uba. Oh. No, I always loved the prequels. As they say, hit the hay. Good night. Another great stream. See you in the next one. Yeah, have a good night, Gordon. See you next Friday, maybe. I'll be here anyways. Yeah, I always liked the prequels. I never had any problem with them. I know a lot of people complained about them, but I like them. Uba, uba. Muzz the Phenom. Well, there's 14 of you here, so what do you think next Friday? Cassian or Empire? What do you want to see? Uba, uba. Here's one more time. Poor Padme. Hopefully I don't get a damn copyright for that crap. I shouldn't. She does a pretty good job of acting like she's having a baby. must have been, I don't know, 23 years old or something like that. Uba. All right, that's enough Uba. See where you guys are at. Original trilogy in theaters when they had the very limited run right before the special editions. I know I did, but did I see all three? I don't remember. I think I would have had to have. Most likely. I would have to think about it. It's been a while, but I definitely would have. Uba. I gotta clip that. That's definitely needs to become one of my little clips. Empire Strikes Back. I mean, we can do that. I certainly don't mind Empire. I'm trying to remember where the hell I was at that time. I would have been back home in Maryland for sure. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure I would have had to have seen them all. I just can't remember right now, to tell you the truth. I'm a bit tired, and that was a long time ago. But knowing that they were coming out, because like recently I went and saw Empire last year, which I need to finish that damn video. I'm just desperately trying to get through this Mandalorian Chapter 2. Man, those videos are so tedious. And then I can focus on the Empire project. They only ran each film for 2 weeks, yeah. I would have been about 23-ish, roughly. So I definitely would have gone and saw them. Yeah, I'm sure I would have. Definitely would have. I'm just trying to remember like where. I probably would have seen them at the theater by my house at the mall. When it first came out. Return of the Jedi before first, yeah. That happened with a lot of people. I know a lot of people that Jedi was their first film. It wasn't my first, but definitely my favorite. I just thought everything was at its highest level, you know what I mean? At that point, Lucasfilm he was in his 9th year. Well, many more years behind the scenes, but his 9th year as far as that film coming out. All the everyone, Ben Burtt, John Knowles, all those guys would have, they would have so much experience now from doing the previous films that they would be able to do the, Jedi much more efficiently and on a higher scale. Like those speeder bikes going through the freaking Endor Forest is amazing. The AT-ATs the ATSTs walking in Endor. You know, the second Death Star. If you watch my Skywalker Legacy video, holy shit, that second Death Star to build that, holy fucking that model. It's insane. You don't notice it like in the film, but the model, all the section, you know, that's like open, the rear section that's still being finished, there's like thousands of little wires in the model that go through that. And it's because it they knew when it picked it up on camera, it would give it more of a structural feel as opposed to just being open in just open sections, you know what I mean? It's kind of hard to describe, but if you watch the Skywalker Legacy, you'll see that there's all these little types of pieces of little debris and stuff, but there's also just thousands of wires that are going through that entire model and, you know, around like the back and all that, because that it helps give it like a almost like a skeleton, like you can sense, as opposed if it was just open, it would have came out different on camera. So that model's insane. But yeah, Jedi, I love everything about Jedi. You know, Luke's an all-out knight. Fucking the throne room is amazing. Something that not everybody talks about too much, but really beautiful is Lando flying the Lando and Wedge flying through. Well, Chewie's there, or no, Chewie's not there. It's what's his face, Nin Num or whatever. Because Chewie's down on Endor, right? But yeah, Lando and Wedge flying through the Death Star, all those tunnels and gaps, and being chased by the TIEs, and they wrecking on the sides, and getting into the big reactor room and shooting those bolts, and it's like you see the bolt flying across, hitting the reactor, and then them circling around and flying out, and the flames are chasing them, and it's gorgeous. It's amazing. I love the Ewoks. Love everything about that movie. A Star Wars fan would have missed an opportunity like that. Yeah. No, I know I would have. It's been so long. I would have to think of where I even was at that time, but I would have definitely been in Maryland. I'm just not sure that around that time, 95, 97, like where I was living. So that would determine. I've moved a lot, like all my life, like every 2 years I move. Not necessarily by choice, but that's always been my life. Like I wasn't someone that grew up in a house for like 10, 20, 30 years, you know, like I know a lot of people like that. We moved all the time. And also when I became an adult and went on my own, I also always have been moving. So it's just hard for me to pin down right now where I would have been. I'm thinking 95 Live is when EA went from the old format to live. So 95 Live. I was probably in Germantown. If I was in Germantown, then I probably saw them at the same mall. Now now that I think about it, one of them, and I think it was the first one, Star Wars. It wasn't Jedi. Was it Empire? I think it had to have been the first one, A New Hope. There's a theater, I don't even know if it's still there. And right now I can't remember the name of it. Shoot. But it's a really famous theater and it's huge. It's 100-foot screen. Just this massive. It's in DC. Shoot, what was the name of that damn theater? It's an old theater. It's really famous, and they play like big hits there because they have this massive, like, I think I saw 300 there. Saw a few films, and I know that I saw Star Wars there. At least one of them. That's when one of those releases came out. What the hell was the name of that? I'm pretty sure you could eat and drink in there, but the main thing was that it has a 100-foot screen. See if I can remember this damn Avalon Warner Natural. I don't know if it's even still open, to be honest with you. Let's see, Lowe's, Landmark, Regal, Miracle, Landmark, nope, none of those. I don't know if it's even still there. Avalon? I don't think it's the Avalon. Bethesda Row. No, it's not that. East Street, West End. It had a very memorable name, like the Forum or Palladium or something. Uptown. Uptown Theater, Washington, D.C. Uptown Theater, known as the Uptown, formerly Cineplex Odeon Uptown of AMC, Lowe's Uptown 1, was a single-screen movie theater in the Cleveland Park neighborhood of Washington, D.C. Opened in 1936, it hosted the world premieres of such movies as 2001: A Space Odyssey and Jurassic Park. It closed in March of 2020. Freaking Corona. Its screen was the largest commercial movie theater screen in the D.C. metro area outside of the Smithsonian Institution. Yes. Uptown was affordable tickets, like $10 or whatever, normal. And it was just one massive freaking screen. I believe it was 100 feet. Let's see if it says it here. Film premieres 2001. One of the first 32 houses to play Star Wars on its opening day, Wednesday, May 25th, 1977. So there you go. There's a little piece of history for you. Now it's closed. Man, fuck. One of the first 32 to play Star Wars. Madonna attended Dick Tracy premiere there. Jurassic Park, Apocalypse Now, Dances with Wolves, The Guardian, Lions for Lambs. I'm like 97% sure I saw 300 there. It doesn't say. Curved screen, 70 feet by 40 feet. one of the largest in the area. The theater originally seated 1,120, but a $500,000 renovation in '96 decreased its capacity to 850. Nothing remains of the original decor. In December 2010, Theaters Norelco 35mm, 70mm projector was dismantled and replaced with a Christie dual projector 3D system for the opening of Tron Legacy. In March 2020, AMC Theaters announced the closing of the 84-year-old theater as AMC's lease on the space was about to expire. Unlike many temporary closures hitting the DC region in 2020, the closure of the Uptown Theater is permanent and does not seem connected to the COVID-19 pandemic. Oh, that's interesting. I'm shocked that they would let that thing as a national landmark. It's definitely a landmark in the DC area. That's a freaking national. I mean, shit. It was one of the 32 that had Star Wars. So there you go. Anyways, it's just this massive one theater with a massive screen, super famous around that area, Uptown. That is the one. And I know I saw Star Wars there. Not in '77, but later when. Ooba, ooba. I think IMAX is 70, somewhere in there, yeah. Yeah, this theater's awesome, man. Star Wars should have never been made. Star Trek was destined to make an impact in pop culture bigger than anything ever made in fiction history. Some of the best minds ever. Why would you come onto a Star Wars stream and like say that? This is dumb. And no matter what you think or what you want, Star Trek is this big and Star Wars is this big. Hi, I'm new. Hi, fan of all. Welcome. What do you got there? A little, is that a gerbil? A buddy? What is that? What you got there? There's a little delay, but when it catches up on the other side. Man, some people are so damn dumb. What is that, Stimpy you got there, Vato? But the person I'm looking at is this. What is that? Hamster. Okay. I was just reading a comment from one of my videos when I was saying some people are so damn dumb. Come on there. Okay, I see him now. Used to watch movies, was transformed into a giant furniture store. Hamster. Well, it used to be, yeah. But still, look at Star Trek. Star Trek is lost too, so we're still still this to this. Star Trek was huge on TV. Massive. Had a huge following. But movies? Those movies made like $3. Star Wars made $3 billion. I mean, it's not even like, not even the same realm. Times of Darth Kennedy, the unwise. Correct. I see you're still here and awake. You've been quiet. Maybe a great filmmaker, but all he did was copy and paste the Bible in a science fiction setting, which is so unoriginal, but people fell for it. Actually, no. There's like nothing of the Bible in Star Wars. There's mythology, and he took recurring stories from tons of different stories, but 300 yesterday, yeah, I haven't seen that in years. But that sticks out to me that I saw that in that theater because it was just massive. Nice. I had a hamster many years ago, Willie. Loved that little guy, but he got cancer. It was like, I forget if it was his actual eye or like a tumor, like right around his eye, and like, man, poor little guy, his eye got all fucking messed up, and we loved that little dude so much. That was a million years ago. I remember I came home and my mom was bawling, and I'm like, what's the matter? And she's like, Willie, I had to take him to the doctor. He had cancer and all this mess. And I was like, oh, man. Was a genius as mine was compared to Plato and modern society. Okay. And still, that has nothing to do with your comment of, what was that stupidity you said? Star Wars should have never been made. Star Trek was destined. You're just mad because Star Wars is much bigger than Star Trek, and you like Star Trek. And it's not for everyone. And I have nothing against Star Trek. I think Star Trek's awesome. But you're talking about this compared to this. Hamburger meat, cheese, burger buns existed before McDonald's. Yeah, they sure did. Copy and paste that recipe for hamburgers and made it available for the masses. So unoriginal, but people fell for it. Yeah. Star Wars 1 through 6 is full of George Lucas. Yeah. How did you get into Star Wars? My father took me when I was 3 years old, and that was that. I fell in love as soon as I saw Star Wars. Yep. That was that. It didn't hurt that not long after Amazing Toys came out, and well, 3 years probably felt like a million years back then. 3 years later, we got Empire, and it just kept growing and getting bigger, and books and games and stuff. But originally, the original Star Wars. Thank you for subscribing, Daniel Stewart, and thank you for subscribing, Telecom Transmissions. Cool name, Telecom Transmissions. If either of you are still around, as you can see, I get that notification much later. I don't know. That's one thing. I don't know why, like hours later, I get those damn notifications. Anyways, I had got a comment here. New video, new ratio. I'm sure a lot of you saw that post, that community post, and it has the redhead Kristen Baver there. Okay, I don't like. I have nothing against Kristen. I'm not a fan either, but I don't have anything against Kristen. And it just happens like I just paused the video where there's something there, and like that video that I posted. The reason I posted a picture of her was because she has a book there, the Skywalker Saga or some crap that she's writing. Lord, that's going to be a mess. Anyways, so that's why there's the screenshot is of her, but it's not like you guys know, I've never said anything about Kristen Baver or to go attack Kristen Baver. It's about, furthermore, I don't have any control over all the people that are disliking those videos. So what it is people are pissed off about Star Wars, not Kristen Baver. Anyways, so this is why I'm ashamed to like Star Wars people like you whining like children. First of all, I don't whine at all. Whining like children because they made one bad trilogy. Okay, they didn't make one bad movie. They made a bad trilogy. Plus, Rogue One is very suspect and Solo was garbage. So, but even if all they did, everything else was perfect and all they made was one bad trilogy, that's not acceptable, dude. It's Star Wars. The movies must be correct. What the fuck? You can screw up the cartoons and the comic books. You cannot screw up 7, 8, and 9. Unbelievable. You're whining like children because they made one bad trilogy. Oh, is that all? So you bully the actors and the people just doing their jobs. So then I ask them, Well, and then, of course, Uncle Owen, my biggest fan, he loves coming in my comments. I think man babies is the term. There's nothing else exciting going on in their lives besides these science fiction movies. Yet you're constantly coming on my posts and commenting. So you're the one with no life, apparently, because you're constantly coming on my posts and commenting on them. Anyways, so I asked, what actors are we bullying exactly? Because I don't know anybody, and nobody that I know of comes on my channel and is like, Daisy Ridley sucks. Kelly Marie Tran is ugly. John Boyega is the worst actor ever. I don't know anybody that attacks them. Now, I'll be the first one to tell you that Daisy Ridley's not a great actress. I'll be the first to tell you that everyone that was in those movies was completely wasted and just made to look stupid. But ain't none of us going to John Boyega's Twitter and harassing him. Nobody ever bothered Kelly Marie Tran. That's an absolute lie, and she herself says it on Good Morning America. The fans never drove me away. On the contrary, the fans were great. Daisy Ridley's just a twit, and she got off of social media. None of these actors are getting harassed or bullied, as he says. So then he just replied 45 minutes ago, well, there's a high chance this woman who didn't ask for any of this hate could lose her job, but I'm sure you guys think she's only there to push a progressive agenda. Anyway, so that's probably low on your list of concerns. People like you have harassed many people in the past. Here we go, including Kelly Marie Tran, that guy who had a positive reaction to the Rise of Skywalker trailer, Rhea Johnson, Daisy Ridley, really just anyone from those movies you don't care for. And then Uncle Owen, of course. John Boyega as well. Toxic fandom. Have you guys ever heard me harassing any of these actors? Have you ever heard me say, go bother these actors? And then I got another comment here, Dritz Darkwood at Uncle Owen. And yet, here you are commenting. Exactly what I always say. You talk about that I don't have a life and all this, but yet every day you're desperately in my shit. You're desperate to see what I'm up to. Anyways, I feel, is this the same guy, Adam? No, that was Truman Grant. All right, here's another guy. I feel so sorry for this girl just trying to do her job. Yeah, Disney isn't the best company, I agree, but they're not gonna give one where the dislikes are coming from. They're going to see her ratio is bad and might replace her. She didn't ask for this. Okay. First of all, too fucking bad. You're the voice of Star Wars. You're probably getting over $100,000 a year to make little videos for Star Wars. So shut the fuck up. She has one of the best jobs out there. Fuck her feelings. Does she care about fucking canon? No. Does she care about anything really Star Wars? No. So I don't give a goddamn. Second of all, ain't nobody attacking her. Everyone is downvoting this shit because they're fed up with Disney and Star Wars, not Chris and Baver. There are a few comments there like Raggedy Ann and little stuff, but you're talking about like 0.01% of comments is about Kristen. It's all Gina Carano and Fire Kathleen and but too fucking bad. She can not make the videos. She can quit the job. She can. Too bad. You're the face of Star Wars right now on Star Wars YouTube. Deal with it. I want to hear that. Too fucking bad, Adam F. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? For me, it was hard for me to get into Star Wars. I thought it was a ripoff of Marvel, and I thought it was cheesy and dumb, so I had to watch the newer films first and fell in love, and I restarted. Why would you think that it was a ripoff of Marvel when it's been around since 1977? In fact, Star Wars saved Marvel because Marvel was literally bankrupt, and they made the Star Wars comics, and that's what saved Marvel. The reason you have Marvel right now is because of Star Wars. You watched the newer films and fell in love, and I restarted. So you probably don't like the old films because the new films have nothing to do with the old films. Ever to look at A New Hope and say, oh, look, this made money. Let's quit the series and make movies. Huh? Not sure what you mean there. I saw a video this past week about the Daisy Ridley and Tom Holland movie. Yeah, I think, right. Video said Daisy's character is pretty much, yeah, exactly. She's literally Rey. Is that Robot Head you're talking about? Ray's back or whatever? Or is there other people? Yeah, and apparently that movie's a dumpster fire. So, I don't know. She's not a very good actress. I don't know why fans don't bully. We want to be like true Jedi. Yeah, that's the thing. I certainly don't bully anyone, and most Star Wars fans don't. There's always some idiot on Twitter that does that, but that's... You have to be careful with the things you say. Okay? That's just a reality of life, because not everyone is so forgiving. Someone will come and smack the shit out of you or put a gun to your head. You know what I mean? You have to be careful of the things you say sometimes. And I'm not saying that Star Wars is that serious or that, but when you got someone coming in my comments and stating people like you have harassed many, many people in the past, including Kelly Marie Tran, that guy who had a positive reaction to the Rise of Skywalker trailer, Rhea, or I guess Ryan Johnson, Daisy Ridley, really just anyone from those movies you don't care for. Never once have I bullied anyone. I've talked some shit to Ryan Johnson, although very few and far apart, but I've never bullied anyone. And it just, you got to be careful what you say, because here he's saying, like, it's people like you that harass these, that bully these people. And no, I didn't. The media did that. The media is literally who created that narrative of Kelly's getting harassed. Let me see something. Wow, she's in a ton of I just did a search for Kelly Marie Tran on YouTube, and she's got like a ton of shit just in this past month going on. Look at her. Mike Zero. Disney wants to bring back Gina Carano now. This is huge. He's such a fucking 88,000 views. I don't know why you people click on those damn videos. It's unfucking believable. Okay, it might be this. Might be this. Let's see. Of course, I'm not going to find it right now. Well, right now I can't find the damn thing. I gotta waste more time trying to find it. Robot head, chaos walking. Yeah. I grew up watching Star Trek as a kid, and as an adult, I realized how ahead of its time it was, and how the storyline in the show opened my eyes to space exploration. Why are you sorry? There's nothing wrong with liking Star Trek. Where you fucked up is you came in here and you said Star Wars should have never been made. That was just dumb. Pablo Hidalgo doesn't care about canon or fans. Nope. Yes, you've got a point there. Walrus Man was in the cantina was a bully to Luke. Correct. Flash Thompson was a bully. Video Man kicked his ass. Yes, he sure did. Put him in the damn game. Chase his ass around. Why is the Terminator also another famous franchise? Because it's a copy and paste of the Bible and Chosen One and Redeemer concept, aka Jesus. Same with the Matrix and Star Wars. No. Where are you getting that from? And by the way, according to the creators in the Matrix, it's nothing what you thought. It's a big transgender dream or some crap they said. So it's definitely not Jesus in the Bible, buddy. Hey, what's happening, Greg? Dot dot dot. Ooba ooba. Airbender also is another copy and paste idea, and look how well that's selling. Okay. All these unoriginal ideas by people who claim it was original Star Trek, on the other hand. So you think that Star Trek was 100% original? R.I.P. Star Trek, not my Star Wars. You keep doing what you're doing, man, but never forget greatness. Oh, I don't ever forget Star Wars. You know what else I never forget either? Or the...
My spider sense is tingling. What's next?
And I definitely don't forget this. We'll never forget this.
Fade in.
And you most certainly should never forget this.
No, Yoda, whatever.
I'm sorry, Charles is Yoda, whatever.
And sure, Yoda's in it, whatever.
And Yoda, whatever.
And Yoda.
Yoda, whatever. I'm
And
so
not
gonna
nice
get you a
pirate.
shirt, Charles. It says, and Yoda,
Yoda,
whatever.
whatever.
And then also Yoda. Whatever. Yeah, Yoda, whatever. Yeah.
Yep. Vader never said, Luke, I am your father. Vader said, no, I am your father. Any reference in another movie says Luke, just for the reference. Yeah, I always remembered it as, no, I am your father. But I also remember that everyone would say, Luke, I am your father. Yep. And I think that comes from normies, you know, people that would see it on TV, didn't really sit down and watch the films or get into them. So then they saw, you know, they know who Luke Skywalker is, and they know Darth Vader, and they know the basic premise of that line that I am your father. And they just loosely connected that into Luke, I am your father. That's how I remember it. Now, granted, I don't remember everything from when I was a little kid back then. So, yes, Mandela effect. The Mandela effect. Ah, cool. They're showing a little Facebook like up here. I've never seen that before. That's very interesting. You guys don't see it, but up in the corner I see live 6 hours and 26 minutes and 57, 58, 59, 6 hours and 27 minutes. And then it shows me an eyeball. Oh, look at that. It's even telling me where the viewers are at on Facebook or YouTube. I never noticed that before. Interesting. And then it's showing me there's one Facebook like. That's pretty neat. Vader does say Luke twice in that speech to Luke, though. Just not right before he says, I am your father. Yeah. Maybe people remember Tommy Boy, Luke, I am your father. Yes, a lot of them do. But what I'm also telling you, though, is like probably as early as 1981, there was people walking around saying, Luke, I am your father. You know, it's like that's how most people remembered it coming out of the movie. And again, it's because a lot of people went to just casually see the movie. And then later, you know, they saw it on TV or whatever. Long before Tommy Boy came out, I know people that were saying, Luke, I am your father. I had an old girlfriend say that to me. Like in, I don't know, 2003 or 5 or some shit like that. She said, Luke, I am your father. Because most people, you know, that's how they know it. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff like that. Who knows? I mean, it's not impossible. We don't live in a simulation, that we're not in the Matrix. So for them to be rewriting or deleting old files is not out of the question. What exactly do they gain? I don't know, but messing with their memories, I guess. Here in Mexico, there's something odd where casual people think R2D2 is called Arturito. Yes, it's like Arthur or Little Arthur in English. I have to explain to them to say R2D2 on the English pronunciation. That's not just Mexico. I think that's Latinos, because I know people in Argentina that say that. I know people in other Latin countries that say that. So. Yeah. Yep. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, so I'll leave you with a 2-minute commercial, and I'll be right back.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by
historical fiction thriller called All Up. Basically, it's supposed to be, I tried very hard to make it an entertaining, page-turning book about the first space age. It comes out on July 14th. It's you can get it as a Kindle book or Apple book, and there'll be an audio book, but it won't be coming out. The audio book will be a little bit later, August or September. And it's, you know, it's a book about what I consider to be, you know, the great adventure of the 20th century. The development of the rocket happens during World War II and before World War II with Robert Goddard, and then with you know, the secret German weapons program during World War II, and MI6 is trying to figure out what the Germans are doing. There's a lot of cat and mouse and a lot of intrigue, and it's all very interesting, I thought. And it was a ton of research behind it. So about 90% of the book, I'd say, is based on what really happened. 10% is either speculation or stuff that can't be proved definitively. But and then it goes into the space race and the Apollo 11 trip to the moon. And I think people who give it a chance and read the first 50 pages will be hooked. I'll go out on a limb and say that. Obviously, no book is for everyone, but I hope people who have read my other books will give it a chance, because it's a behind the scenes book. In the same way that's making a Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Alien were behind the scenes books, this is also a behind the scenes book.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
Remember, the Force will be with you, always.
Arturito. Yes, I've heard that many times. Roberto. Arturito. Mandela effect, people use it as proof that they lived in a different dimension. Mandalorian proves the Mandela effect is real. Gene's guy was in fact in the show, but they digitally corrected afterwards. Correct. And I'm pretty sure they're gonna wipe out Cara Dune. I keep forgetting I gotta copy all that shit and get all her clips, because I'm pretty sure they're gonna erase her ass. Grandkids will watch The Mandalorian and never see the Gene's guy. Correct. That is true. But we will know, and we will tell them. I will tell my grandkids about the Genes and Watch guy. I know you're joking. And when you tell them the Genes guy was there, they'll think you're crazy. Yes, they sure will. They're going to be like, what are you talking about, man? That never existed. You didn't see him, but you know about him, right? You do know about the Genes guy? The Starbucks cup, yes. Earth will still be around. Who knows? I think it will be. Who was it? George Carlin, I think, used to talk about this. And I totally agree. Others have said this too, but humans are very vain. We think we're so powerful. You have to realize, compared to the Earth, we're like nothing, a little speck of nothing. We could launch all the nuclear missiles that we have on Earth, like everyone at once. China, Russia, Iran, US, everybody. like 1,000 nuclear missiles in the air, and boom, they blow up all over the place, and the Earth is gonna be just fine. The Earth is, where you're like there's this environment like this, and we're this tiny little grain of speck of nothing, flake of flea poop. So we could launch all the missiles and blow up and fuck up the water and do all that stuff. And does the Earth hurt? Yes. Can we make things unpleasant? Yes. But at the end of the day, who we're hurting? We're hurting ourselves. We're hurting human beings. If we fuck up the water, then humans die. But Earth isn't going to die. Do you understand? Like, because the water's fucked up doesn't hurt the Earth. It hurts us. And I'm not saying that that's not a worthy cause to fight for, of course. But a lot of people, try to make it about, well, the Earth. No, dude, we can launch all the nuclear missiles we want right now, and we'll kill each other, and the cities will be leveled, and the fucking environment will be all out of whack, and water will be radiated for the next 300 years. And, I'm not arguing that. But what I'm saying is the Earth itself, brush that shit on our shoulders and keep moving. And a billion years from now, she'll be laughing back like, oh, you remember when you humans like muddied up the water? Well, I've done that already, 6,812 times. And, that's what I'm just trying to get at, is that the Earth is a much bigger thing than we are. And we can muddy the waters and blow shit up and, do all this stuff. And Earth isn't going anywhere. We are. So can we kill ourselves off? Can we fuck up things to where the Earth is inhabitable to us? Sure. But the Earth is not going anywhere. R2D2 reminds me of the episode of Robot Chicken where C-3PO is taking Spanish lessons, and he can't say his name in Spanish. Yes. I wish, it's a shame. Like, I get it. You got to have copyright because people's stuff, but it's a shame that, like, you can't, some people do it with like music and stuff. I'm not sure how I think they get copyrights on all their videos. They just survive because they have so many like Patreons that support them and donate, because they can't make any money. You can't monetize those types of videos. But it's a shame that we can't, like, for example, watch, I don't know, Family Guy or Robot Chicken or Spaceballs or even Star Wars. And, just watch it together. It's kind of a shame. Like, I don't mind if the screen has to be smaller or things have to be around it, a disclaimer or whatever, but and even if we can't monetize it, see, that this is the thing. A lot of us don't show stuff because, one, it will demonetize our video, which, obviously we need to make money doing this, or our live stream. But more importantly is, regardless if we can't monetize, we can't make money, fine. We have to be careful because we can get a copyright strike. One thing is a claim where they just block the video or you can't make money on it. Another thing is a strike. Like, that you can go to court for. That's a copyright infringement. It's serious. So what I'm saying is, if I were to put Star Wars on, I not only, Disney's pretty good about that, so probably I wouldn't, but I do run the risk of if I was playing the movie, getting a copyright strike. That's very damaging to your channel. 3 strikes and your channel is deleted. So, anyways, the point being, it would be awesome if we could watch stuff like that together, but unfortunately, you can't. There's ways around it. I know people do like Zoom meetings and other stuff. So there are ways around it, which is stuff we can explore. Like, when I have more members, it's something we could do. Like, actually watch a movie where we can hang out and comment on it. It's just on YouTube, you can't do that. You learned about it from here. Oh, the jeans guy. Okay. Yeah. Did you see I believe it's How much did firing Gina Carano affect Disney? Let me see. It's either Disney is facing their worst 2 weeks, or I think it's this one. How much did firing Gina Carano affect the Mandalorian? Let me see something. The visual guide, yeah, it should be this one. Not really. Let me look real quick. Yes. How much did firing Gina Carano affect the Mandalorian? The Mandalorian visual guide canceled. Another thing that I posted weeks ahead of everyone else. Anyways, that video, if you haven't seen it, it shows you the side-by-side images of the jeans guy and the non-jeans guy. Just throw that out there if anybody wants to look at it. Hey, Jace, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. Each of us is a speck on the Earth, but collectively we can do damage. The Earth might be fine if all the nukes are set off, but I don't think we will be. Yeah, no, of course, we can kill ourselves. I'm not denying that at all. All I'm saying is that the Earth is a much greater force than we think we're so fucking hot that we're going to actually hurt the Earth, and we can't. We can't. We can kill each other, that for sure. We can fuck up the air. We can poison the water. Oh, yeah, we can do that. Screw up food, all kinds of stuff. I don't think people will be around for any grandkids. Well, yeah. Oh, the humanity. Yes. Never tell me the odds. Yeah. You know me, man. My average stream is 12 hours, so I don't know if I'm going to make it another. We're going on 7 hours here soon, so another 5 hours. I don't know if I'm going to make a 12-hour stream, but we'll see. I always say that, and then here we are. Ruined Johnson, that brushing off shoulder gesture is ruined. I cringe when I see or think of it. Yeah. Because of Luke. Yeah, I never really think of it because of Luke. Honestly, I think of it from Jay-Z from years ago. The wipe that dirt off your shoulder or brush that dirt off your shoulder. I don't remember how he said it, but yeah. But yeah, Luke, when he does that, which is a shame because that could have been such an amazing moment, you know what I mean? But that whole thing was the whole movie was played completely fucking stupid. Our own copies will have to start at the same time. Yeah, I mean, well, that's what we've tried to do with these movies, but it doesn't seem to work out too well. It's much better when we're all watching the same. No. I played in the background, but I can't play the audio or the video. I've done like pictures or played some of my own videos, but I've never played any of the Star Wars movies. I can't. I'll get a copyright for sure. And again, if it was just a matter of them, like, even if they had an approved list, like, okay, you can watch Star Wars, but you can't monetize the video. Okay, that's fine. I'd watch it with you guys. You know, that's fine. But the problem is you take a risk of getting a strike, and a strike can be serious. Now, if you get a strike, it's not like you're going to probably go to court unless you dispute it. Most of the time, your video gets taken down and you get the strike, and that's it. It's not like the police come after you. But you only get 3 strikes and your channel gets deleted, so they're terrifying to get them. I've never gotten one, I'm just saying. it's not worth the risk. You understand? So no, I've never have. Maybe I've played like a very short little clip of something, but never the movie. The firing, but do you mean here on your channel? Yeah, I have a video. That's what well, maybe I wasn't that clear, but yes. And I'll make it real easy for you. It came out February 17th. And there's the name and the link for anybody that wants to check it out. I kind of wish I would have had recorded that. I'm sure somebody out there has the jeans guy. I have pictures of it, but kind of wish I would have recorded that. Would have been a neat thing. Love that shirt. Yeah. There you go. R.I.P. What model year are you? When did you formally enter this existence? Honestly, I don't think I'm human. I think I'm an alien. Because you all are fucking weird and crazy and I don't know. I literally asked my father years ago, like, was I seriously born on this planet? Because I think I'm a freaking alien. And I say that because I feel like I'm so different from most people. Most people are just like, all they can talk about is money or women or, you know, the next thing they're going to dominate or conquer, or I like a lot of those things too, but I don't know. Like if I was president, we wouldn't be having these problems. Like there wouldn't be homeless people. There wouldn't be, you know, there's things that there's no excuse. There's children that don't have, you know, the books they need, never mind like a pencil and some paper. There's like a lot of people in this country, never mind the world, that are all fucking jacked up. And I don't know. I just don't think that things are that complicated. You just have to want to help people and just want to do things. And everyone else makes excuses. And I don't know. All the politicians and leaders are a mess. And I just don't think that life is that complicated. So sometimes I think I'm an alien because everybody here like wants to hurt each other and steal and kill and do all this mess. When, you know, everyone could be eating, everyone could have a decent life. It's okay if some people are wealthier than others. It's okay if some people do achieve or succeed more than others. That's fine. But for you, for anyone, but especially you to have like millions of dollars and you know that there's homeless people in your city, to me is just like craziness. It's just craziness. That any kid could need anything, a pair of shoes or a doctor appointment or anything, is just, to me, is craziness. So I often think I'm not of this earth because I don't think like you humans, you earthlings do. I think we should play it safe. Yes. Oh, I'm never going to put this channel at risk, at least not knowingly. I'm off to bed. Have a good night. You too. You have a good night. Good video. What, the Gina Carano? Yeah, that was an interesting one. Human species is a failed experiment. Yes, it is. Hello there, Kino dude. Yeah. Yes, it's funny. I was talking about him earlier. Yeah. Robin Williams was like my top guy forever, and then Dave Chappelle. Those two are my favorite. But George Carlin, absolutely, he was a master. He was amazing. Yep. So I don't know. I think I'm an alien personally, because I feel like humans overcomplicate shit and like just want to argue about shit. And I don't know. There's restaurants that throw tons of food away every day. And either the owner's like, fuck that, throw it away. When, for one, you could be feeding all your employees for free, but there's people that are homeless and hungry. Or there's certain cities, states, municipalities, boroughs, whatever, that prohibit that. Like, you can't give leftover food away, which is just insane as well. The amount of food that gets thrown away in this country every day could feed insane amounts of people. There shouldn't be one person on this earth that doesn't have the basics. I understand. You have to work, you have to earn stuff. You know, if this person does more than the other, they have more things. That's all fine. But there's no reason why any person on this earth shouldn't have some basic things. Like, for example, shoes, some sort of shoes, food to eat every day. And even if it's just like a little hut, I mean, a nothing, somewhere where they can go sleep in their own little space and be at least somewhat safe, somewhat civilized. You know, people sleeping under bridges and all kinds of places. There's people that live, what's it, San Fran? I forget where it was, somewhere. There's like all these people that live all underneath the fucking city. They're like these mole people. I mean, just now, if you're into, like, there's people that like literally think they're vampires, and I'm sure there's people that literally think they're moles. And if you're into like living underground and all that, okay, that's fine. I'm not saying you can't, but I'm saying that it's a travesty that in this world there's people that don't have the basic of basic things. And when you don't have the basic of basic things, you're barely surviving, never mind having an opportunity to succeed, to achieve something. And I mean, it's pretty sad because, you know, everyone does something. So that person might be the person that fixes your road or invents the new light bulb, or who knows, who does whatever, you know. Old interviews with Carlin, yeah, he was amazing. I like guys like him, like, and and I always preferred like The Simpsons over South Park because I like intelligent comedy. I'm not into the Ren and Stimpy, Beavis and Butthead, you know, the like, I don't know, more immature comedy, the more like in your face slapstick, you know. It's not that I dislike that stuff, you know, I've watched plenty of South Park and all kinds of stuff, but I prefer the stuff that makes you think. So therefore, Robin Williams, Carlin, those guys were. Star Wars Theory with Alan Dean Foster. Personally, I did not like the interview. 80% of the questions were about Lucas and the story for the sequels. I wanted to know more about Alan. That's because Star Wars Theory didn't know who Alan Dean Foster was. He has no clue. So he was asking the completely wrong questions. He thought, he was all excited. I got a Lucasfilm guy that's been there from the beginning. Alan Dean Foster never worked for Lucasfilm. He was an outside contracted. He wrote a few books for Star Wars. And Theory thought that Alan Dean Foster was like close to Lucas and around him all the time. And no, the person that was on my channel, Jonathan Rinzler. That's who worked with Lucas personally. Theory has no clue who Alan Dean Foster was. He thought he was going to get all this insider stuff, and Alan Dean Foster never even worked at Lucasfilm. And according to him, he paid him for that. Wow. What year? I don't know. I'm still not sure if I'm actually from this planet or not. That I can't tell you. For all I know, I've been here many centuries. I have no clue. I cannot say definitively. Yeah, that interview sucked. He was asking all the wrong questions. He did not know who he had there. Alan Dean Foster's great, don't get me wrong, but you have to know who he is and what he's done. And it would help if you knew if he actually worked at Lucasfilm or not. But, you know, again, no chance in hell can that kid own Lucasfilm. I can tell you that. You need to go to sleep a little and then get some food, but keep on everything you do, man. I think you're doing a good job. I might do some more streams one day, have more talk about Star Wars. Yeah, of course. You know where to find me. Are you in California? No, I'm on the exact opposite East Coast. If an alien comes to our planet, I think they have already overcome problems like overpopulation and hunger. We still have a long journey. I can pretty much guarantee you that aliens have been to this planet. And it's not that we can fix it, all kinds of problems. Water and air quality, homelessness, starvation, all kinds of medical illnesses. There's all kinds of stuff that we can do. The problem is people not getting together and wanting to do it. But we have the capacity to do right now with what we know. Plenty. Jumped on me. Mankind use the Force. Okay. Of course, he didn't know who ADF is. Yeah. But he was all excited. And he said that he paid, like, I don't know how much, but he paid a decent amount of money to have Alan Dean Foster there, which I thought was hilarious. But, yeah, he had no clue who he was interviewing, and it was just awful. Have you done mushrooms? Yes. I know. It's been quite a while, but yeah, I don't know, 5 times maybe in my life. Your ship crash landed on a farm in Kansas and you were raised by the childless couple who lived there. No, I hate Superman. Absolutely not. I got bit by a spider. It's a much better story. An alien, scientific, radiated spider. Wrote Splinter in the Mind's Eye, but didn't he also write the novelization of Star Wars? Yes, he also did the novelization of The Force Awakens. I'm not saying he doesn't know anything about Star Wars or isn't at all connected. I'm just saying that he was an author that was contracted outside of Lucasfilm to write a book. That's the extent of his Star Wars knowledge. And Theory thought that he was around George Lucas all the time and knew him well and was going to get all this juicy stuff. And again, he had no clue who Alan Dean Foster is. Theory does a pretty good job of making himself look foolish often. If you know what's what, I mean, he does that pretty often. Which I wish he wouldn't do. It's not that I like to see him do that. It's on the contrary. It's like, oh man, facepalm, cringe. Like, what the hell, dude? Why do you do this to yourself? A UFO about 3 weeks ago. It's been a long time, but I've seen 2 or 3 in my life. There was some, I just saw it yesterday on Facebook. Where was it? I want to say Cleveland or something. This guy's like, what am I looking at right now? And there's this huge light thing going across the sky. I don't know if you guys saw that. I think it was just yesterday. I saw it on Facebook. Yeah, because he, again, thought he got the wrong person. The person for that is Jonathan Rinzler. And even Jonathan doesn't, he said it himself, I don't know a lot about the canon stuff, about the lore stuff. But, oh well, whatever. That's Theory's problem, not mine. He was asking him the totally wrong questions. He was a totally wrong person to be interviewing him. Shrooms at Six Flags. Yeah, I don't know how I was. I never was the type to go out, want to be out and about in the world. I know a lot of people are like that. Me, I'd rather be chilling. I wouldn't want to go to a amusement park. I don't know that I would want to do that. The original Star Wars. There a few times. Yeah. And not do a complete deep dive into the man's career. And Evioso. Yeah, well, the thing is, Theory has shown many times that he doesn't really know Star Wars too well. He gets very excited about anything that says Star Wars or looks like Star Wars or mentions Star Wars. He doesn't truly understand it. So, and you can see that in his videos and the way he talks. People forget he said he liked The Force Awakens. He liked The Last Jedi. He liked The Rise of Skywalker. He liked Solo. The one movie I haven't really heard him say that he did like was Rogue One, which is the complete opposite of. Okay, but he liked all the Disney movies. And right now he can sit here and say, well, I don't like them because we were lied to and all that. Go back and watch his videos. He said he liked all those movies. So he did write the novelization of the original Star Wars, but he did the novelizations. He didn't write the novelization for the original Star Wars, but he did the novelizations for Alien and Aliens. Yes. And I get I'm a little tired, and I guess maybe I misspoke. He didn't when he did Star Wars, yes, for Empire. I don't know if you know this story, but he was hired while A New Hope was being filmed in production. He saw some of the A New Hope as it was being made. He was hired to write the sequel to Star Wars. But the condition was that it needed to be something that could be made very inexpensively. Okay. He writes the book Splinter of the Mind's Eye, which was loosely intended to be the novelization for Episode 5. Star Wars takes off. George makes millions upon millions of dollars. Now he can fund his own films, and now he can make Empire even bigger and better than Star Wars. So now Alan Dean Foster's novelization of Episode 5 gets the Luke Skywalker toss over the shoulder because Big Daddy Cannon comes along and says, no, actually the story went down like this. Now that I have the money, I can make the film as I really want to make it. So, just to clarify, because in a way he did write the novelization of Empire, although that's not the official end game canon of what happened, right? It was before Empire was made. It was the first EU book, so it does hold weight. Anyways, was he commissioned to write the literal novelization of a movie that existed in Star Wars? No. Did he effectively write the first novelization of Empire? Yes. I thought Rogue One was just okay. The best part was Vader scene. That's the thing. And, okay, so then that brings up a few things. First of all, that whole Vader part breaks canon and is just silly if you really look at it. But right now, if I go and I delete that Vader scene out, would you go watch Rogue One again? That's the thing. Everybody at the end of the day is like, oh, because of the Vader scene. So if that scene wasn't there, then you wouldn't pay attention to the movie, now would you? I would watch it maybe once every 5 years just to see Baby Jim. But outside of that, I have no interest in seeing it again. Actually, after the last time I saw it, I was like, so disenchanted. I used to have Empire Strikes Back novelization. I knew that Vader was Luke's father before I saw the movie. Listen to the novelization for Episode 3. No. I have skimmed through the novel, and I am aware that it breaks canon over 20 times. I'm also aware that it's very highly praised, very much liked. Most people say they like it more so than the movie, or that it expands greatly on the movie. I always hear very positive things about the Rott's novel. But again, at the end of the day, it breaks canon 20 plus times. So I can only go so far. I can only get so interested. I'm just very, I care about canon. And when shit starts going off of canon, I just really lose interest immediately. But no, to answer your question, I've skimmed the book. I have not listened to it. I know quite a bit about it, though. And overall, yes, everyone says it's really good. that it's either better than the movie or makes the movie better. The original Star Wars novel. I want to say he was part of it. I want to say it was him and another author. I'd have to look. It's been a long time since I looked at that, but I believe it was him and one other person. I saw 3 stars on the sky moving on the sky of Cancun. I was seeing a show but got bored and instead watched the stars. They were static for like 30 minutes but then moved and disappeared. Yeah, I've seen some weird stuff. If you really look at the sky, especially at night, when it's pretty clear and you can see it, a good amount of stars and stuff in the sky. Man, there's all kinds of shit moving around up there. There's all kinds of stuff moving around up there. Vader scene, because I saw him in action, I probably wouldn't like Rogue One without the scene. I'm not sure exactly how it breaks canon. It does several times. The Guardians of the Wills are not that. How are they having the plans in the archives if the Geonosians built them? X-Wings are taking out ACTs, which are much taller and much larger and much more heavily armed than AT-ATs were. X-Wings were just flying through and taking them out like they were nothing. So why didn't they do that in Hoth? They're flying these little snow speeders that are doing nothing when they had X-Wings. It doesn't even make sense. There's a lot of little stupid things there. Right now, I can't think of them, but if you go watch my deep dive, you'll see. I break all that stuff down. Just right now, man, I've been streaming 7 hours. It's 4:30 in the morning, and right now my brain can't remember all the stuff. But there's stuff that breaks canon there. And there's a lot of just really dumb stuff. Like Cassian is assassinating rebels. I mean, just a bunch of stupid stuff in that movie. Well, I just gave you a couple of examples. Again, if I had a fresh mind right now, I could probably pick out some more, but just I'm getting really tired. But I will say it again. Go look at the live stream. It was, I don't know, a month ago. Rogue One deep dive. Get out that book. What? The Rocks novel. You mean the entire movie? You lost me there. The entire movie breaks canon? Yes. The Vader part alone breaks canon, but the entire movie, yes, breaks canon as well. They're at X. AT-ACTs. Not at X. That's what I said. At X. X-Wings on Hoth, though. Exactly. Yeah, those are AT-ACTs at X. And I know this because I used to play with them in Force Collection all the time. I knew them before seeing the movie, before the movie came out. Broke canon, episode 3 novel. How did that book break canon? Well, right now I can't think of a specific one. I'd have to think about it, but there is a page that has, it's over 20. I know that it's over 20 times the book count, which something I thought about doing a live stream about as well. It's just right now I'm real tired. I can't think of specifics, but there's a lot of little things, dialogue, the conflicts. Right now I can't think of any. You can find it though if you do a Google search. Let me see something. All right, this is a shorter list, but just real quick. Notable differences between the film and the novel. Fight with Dooku. Lightsaber fight between Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Count Dooku is portrayed in far greater detail than in the film. Anakin and Obi-Wan pretend for much of the encounter to have learned nothing since the events of Attack of the Clones, but they reveal late in the fight that they have each mastered different forms of lightsaber combat. Padme reveals she is pregnant. Padme tells Anakin that she is pregnant while he is visiting her at home rather than outside a Coruscant building, as in the film. This occurs after Anakin senses that somebody has come in between the couple. This is revealed to be their children. So right there, that breaks canon right there. We see how she tells Anakin, you cannot go against the movie canon. So therefore, the novel has just canonized itself. Jedi Council ruling. Novelization elaborates on the events of the Jedi Council's decision to use Anakin to spy on Palpatine that were originally only alluded to in the film. Battle of Kashyyyk. The scene in the film depicting the Battle of Kashyyyk shows Commander Green deceiving Yoda, as well as a separatist attack. These scenes are not included in the novel. Palpatine tests Anakin's thirst for power. There's a short dialogue not featured in the film, foreshadowing and metaphor Anakin's fall to the dark side due to his lust for power. And I'm not reading you the whole thing because there's like long paragraphs here. I'm just reading you the basics. The arrest of the Chancellor. In the novelization, Mace Windu contacts Yoda once more after learning the truth of Palpatine's identity, making his upcoming decision and action as approved by the Grand Master of the Jedi Order. You see, where that's not what happens. We see Anakin go up to Mace, telling him about Sidious. He says, okay, I'll go deal with him. Anakin says, I should come. Mace says, no, you should stay. Just wait for me in the chambers, remember? And then Mace goes to arrest Palpatine. He doesn't speak to Yoda. And that's why he gets killed. Because he should have gone Yoda, him, and a few others. But anyways. Order 66 is described in a few short paragraphs. No mention of any Jedi's death or any clone commander who executes the order by name. Only the scene in which Obi-Wan is attacked by clone troopers is the same as seen in the movie. Yoda's escape is not featured. He appears next when he meets Obi-Wan on Tantive 4. Return of the Jedi Temple. In the novel, Obi-Wan's grief upon learning of Anakin's betrayal is described in greater detail. Among other things, he says that he should have died before Anakin was discovered by the Jedi, so his apprentice could have had a master strong enough to keep him from falling to the dark side. Emperor Palpatine's duel with Yoda. In the novel, it is implied that Darth Sidious is indeed superior to Yoda in lightsaber combat. Yoda also realizes that the Jedi Order mistakenly focused on fighting the old Sith rather than the new evolved Sith of Darth Bane's order. Yoda realized that he had lost before he started. He had lost before he was born. In the novel, Yoda enters the Chancellor's holding office from a different direction, so the royal guards do not attempt to stop him. Yoda deflects Palpatine's Force lightning, blasting the guards into unconsciousness. In the film, the lightning blasts him across the office. Yoda then knocks Palpatine to the floor with his physical body instead of a Force push. Obi-Wan's duel with Darth Maul. The duel between Obi-Wan and Vader is mostly similar to, albeit shorter than, that of the movie. Obi-Wan duel with Darth Vader. I think I said Darth Maul. The duel between Obi-Wan and Vader is mostly similar to, albeit shorter than, that of the movie. The narration focuses mostly on Anakin and Obi-Wan's respective inner monologues. Darth Vader's reaction to Padme's death. The novel is more explicit than the film in describing Anakin/Vader's emotional transformation after learning of Padme's death. It reveals that he blames himself and realizes that Darth Vader, the fearless warrior he imagined himself to be, does not really exist. Only he, Anakin Skywalker, is responsible for her death and his own fall from grace. So there's a few examples for you. Which you can easily Google. But that was like the condensed. I know for a fact it's 20 plus times that it breaks canon. And that's the problem with all the novels and EU and all that, is no matter how good they are and how close they are, at the end of the day, somewhere along the line, they fuck up and contradict something. The book is good. It gets inside Anakin's head. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not opposed to that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I like it. But the problem is, if it's not canon, then you're just mixing up in your head like, well, Anakin thinks a certain way, or Anakin does this, or Anakin said this line. But yet, if it's not canon, then no, then he didn't say that line or think that way or do that thing. Understand? Now you're injecting into who Anakin is from the movies with a backstory, a context made by someone other than George Lucas. So now it's like, that's not necessarily at all what Anakin would have been thinking or saying. But I like the idea of that, of, you know, different stories about these characters. It's fine. Yes, it sure does. At X. Come on, man. I'm not my Star Wars, dude. Of course I got that right. At X. Yes. Canon, not canon. Since episode 3 is my favorite film, I had to read the novel. It's good, but the movie is a lot better. There's an interesting talk between Anakin and Obi-Wan, but breaks canon in a rushed way. And again, I've heard that novel's excellent. That and The Plagueis, I always hear really great things about. It's like, yeah. Yep. That's the way it works. It's like different version of the events of the film, not as near as good as the movie. George understands Anakin and his conflict shows better in the film. Also, Hayden does a great job. Yeah. I liked it. Yeah. The prequels aren't perfect. They're not the OT. But I always loved them. I always thought they were great. Yes, the films are always what's primary canon. So that's the thing, is when you read these other external, whether it be a comic, a novelization, whatever, there's always something. Even in the first original Star Wars novelization, there was a few things that broke canon there, and therefore those go out the window, because the only thing that's canon is A New Hope. There's no way around that. But yeah. $7:28. Well, I think I'll be lucky if I make it to 8 hours. I'm pretty tired today. Been doing a lot of editing this week. Well, I always do. I don't know what I'm saying this week, but and I thought I was going to finish up The Mandalorian, but then this other stuff, and then I had to make that Surfshark little commercial. I guess you guys liked it. So yeah. Use the Force. I wonder. It's all these Manscaped commercials I see all the damn time. Obi-Wan mourns Anakin's death before his and Yoda's return to the Jedi Temple, assuming that Anakin must have died during Order 66. Yeah. There's some things there. Anakin. PA's play is good too. You have a good night, Kino. How far did we get? We finished today. We finished it hours ago, buddy. Where were you at? Frolicking about on a Friday. Didn't you know there's only one thing you should be doing on Friday? Yeah, we actually got through the movie. Believe it or not. There won't be a part 57. Galvatron. You went to sleep. You got to work. It's only 5 a.m., dude. It's early. Didn't you know the party is just starting? There was a movie with Chris Rock a million years ago. I can't remember the name of it for the life of me, but he becomes president. I know a lot of you are going to know what I'm talking about. It's been forever, but I think he was a homeless guy, and they pick him up, and they're like, we're going to make you president. And they teach him all this shit and give him nice clothes and all that. Anyway, there's a part where I guess he's at a press conference or something. He's getting questioned. I don't know. It's been a while, but basically it goes something like this. Like somebody asks him, what's your stance on Social Security? Something like that, right? And he's like, everyone will get theirs, or everyone will get paid their Social Security, something to that effect, you know? And a lot of people started liking him because he was just straight up. And you know, all governments, all systems are set up for bureaucracy to keep the wheel going, because that's what keeps the money going. But Man, I tell you, if I was president, first day, homelessness is done. That's gone. But then again, you got Congress and the Senate and everybody else that wants to get in the way. Right? I don't know. I just think there's things that are obvious in this world that shouldn't have to be issues or be talked about. And I remember that Chris Rock. What was that movie called? Head of State. That's the one. Head of State. Now you type it. Now I remember it. So that kind of stuff just goes to show you that in 2021, politicians are smart enough to know that, for example, there's homeless people. They had the power to fix it, or at least greatly impact it. It's 2021. We have plenty of knowledge to, build things, prevent things, treat things. Fix things, plan things, organize things. So then what does it come down to? They don't give a fuck. That's what it comes down to. They don't give a goddamn about, about people in general. I don't even know how we got on this conversation, but I guess the alien thing. No, don't be sorry, man. I was being funny. Drugs and mental illness. Are you saying that they could cure those things, or that that's why they don't give a shit because they have because of drugs and mental illness? I could go either way or both ways. Way too much on housing illegal aliens rather than helping homeless victims. Yeah. Yep. That's definitely. I don't understand the mentality there. We have people born here. You have people that are veterans. You have people that have worked all their lives, born here, serve the community, pay taxes, and they're struggling. And yet they want to bring in people from all over the place. Well, Biden's doing the same thing anyways. They fucking sell the cages and all that bullshit. They all do that. They're all involved in the same crap. But yeah, you got to take care. There's an old saying: you got to first pay your electric bill before you can worry about your neighbor's electric bill. And you know that's true. Now, sadly, there's people that could pay everyone's electric bill and yet choose to only worry about their own electric bill. That's true too. But there is a lot of truth in, you know, you got to fix your neighbor, your neighborhood before you're worried about, you know, the next state over or the next country over or whatever. I don't know. I'm all for helping people in any way you can, but they don't want help in Seattle. Yeah, it's complicated. This world is a mess. What can you do? Just keep going, keep fighting, try to share knowledge, information, I don't know, good energy. What can you do? Well, we're going on 8 hours. There's only 10 of you left. And you guys don't seem very chatty. I'm pretty tired myself. So I'll probably start to wrap this up, I suppose. Get some sleep. It's almost 5 a.m. here. R.I.P. Porkins. Ooba. Ooba. Yeah, there's all kinds of homeless veterans, man. It's crazy. It's just ridiculous. It should be a shame that you have veterans. I mean, we shouldn't be having military and war issues anyways, but it should be a shame that we have veterans that come home and don't have what they need. I mean, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. Pretty tired today. So, I guess I'm going to start with some reminders.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Make sure you remember that shit.
There's something very important I forgot to tell you.
What?
Don't cross the streams.
Don't cross the streams.
Please like the video if you liked it. If you didn't like it, keep your comments to yourself.
Oh, Bree. Bree. Oh, man. What else do you need? What else do you guys need? I think you need some of this.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
And you definitely need this. I love that stupid. I freaking love that little scene. Oh. Plank of wood. Well, the next time you see me.
After what?
After.
After. Great content is always rest. Utini. Yes. Now this is pod raising. Did you see Aura sing in Phantom Menace? Yes, of course. Up on the balcony. Yes, indeed. I caught her the first time when I saw it in the theater. Yes, indeed. I don't think I knew who she was, but I do remember seeing her. And then obviously right after, we all were asking who the hell was that? But I'm trying to remember. I don't recall if I knew about Aura Singh before Phantom Menace. I want to say no. Was she in some comic or something? Possibly. Tales of Bounty Hunters? No, because those are the old Bounty Hunters. Not sure. I'd have to dig around and look at that to be sure. Now this is pod racing. Yes. All right, guys. Yeah, man, I'm pretty tired today. Well, we did 8 hours and we finished A New Hope, so there you go. I'll probably put up a poll maybe tomorrow when I wake up. If we want to do Empire next, or maybe Cassian or something else, I don't know. But right now, on the top of my head, I've been thinking about doing Cassian and Empire. So, yeah, she is a bounty hunter indeed. We see her later, like in Clone Wars cartoons and stuff like that. But I'm thinking back when we first saw her. I'm trying to remember if I knew about her previous or not. It's not impossible that I knew something about her previous, but I'm thinking I didn't. I think we started finding out more about her and asking questions about her after the movie. There's a spooky full moon. Man, that thing is big right outside my window. Yeah. Because in the Clone Wars cartoon, she hooks up with young Boba Fett, and they team up for a little while. But that's again Filoni's fantastical universe. Roger. I first heard about her. Yeah, I can't either. Been a long time. Who she was when I saw the movie. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I did know her name when I did see her. Shoot, I don't know. It's been a long time. Then again, Phantom Menace I saw in Argentina, so maybe I did know about her. Ironically, in different parts of the world, some things come out first. You know? Like in Argentina, most movies come out after they're released in US, but every now and then there's something that comes out there before. And that's because they'll test, whether it be a toy, a movie, whatever. They do test markets all around the world of trying, how people will react to stuff. So every now and then Argentina would have movies come out before they come out in the US. So it's not impossible that I would have known about her from something in Argentina. It's not impossible. It's like my Burger King leaks. I leaked all the freaking Rise of Skywalker movie before, Germany Burger King had all that information. So, anyways, right now, no, I don't remember how or where I knew her exactly from, but I do remember seeing her in the movie, and I do remember knowing her. Anywho's. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm pretty tired, so I'll get some rest. I'll do a poll in the next day or two for next Friday. Barring any other delays, the Mandalorian video will come out in the next couple days. I should be able to finish that one. And then I gotta finish the Empire project. So we'll see. Star Trek Forever. Yeah. Why? Like, it doesn't hurt my feelings. It doesn't hurt my stream. If anything, it helps my stream. So I'm just curious, like, what do you think you would achieve saying that on the Star Wars channel? Like, what is it? Where was your mind going thinking like that? That's gonna do something. Sometimes I'm curious. I want to study the psychology here. Like, what did you think you were gonna achieve? By writing that, finish the Star Trek project. Long live and prosper. There you go. Greg knows what's up. Burn the witch. Too funny. It's Star Trek Forever. Oh, because that's going to do anything here. Too funny. Well, then again, we got a Star Trek blue fish face man and Mandalorian, so. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. All right. Craig knows what's up. Too funny. Star Trek Forever. Oh, I needed a good laugh. All right, guys. Appreciate you as always. You need some of this in your...
Wipe them out. All of them.
Up is that way. Yes. Love you, man. Rest easy. Yeah, you get some rest too there, buddy. I'm thinking you're up from this morning, though. You're not up from last night like I was, I think. Chango Vato. What is that? Yeah, Stimpy, I guess that is. Or is that Ren? It's been so long since I'd seen them. All right, good night, Greg. Yeah, I will see you guys next Friday, unless, of course, something comes up. Yes, it sure will, and with you. All righty. I'm going to get some rest. So you guys have a great night, morning, weekend. I will definitely see you next Friday, if not sooner. Look for a poll that will come out in the next day or two. And we'll see what other shenanigans Disney gives us this week. But, yeah, the Mando video should be coming out in a few days, and then we'll see what other little video I can throw in there. And main thing is to get Mando out of the way so that I can wrap up the Empire project. That's going to be a good one. So, all right. Good night, bad boy. Appreciate you. And I hope you guys have a great night. I'm going to pass out because I'm very tired. So, I'll give you this. I love that so much. The little baby Jen. She always hates this time of this part of the stream. By Great. I like the little hand. The hang loose or whatever. Well, no, hang loose is what is that, like a bird's hand? Oh no, it's the live long and prosper, isn't it? Yeah, I guess it is. Too funny. You're breaking her heart. Yeah, I know. What can you do? It's not easy. It's not easy, but you got to do what you got to do. All right. We made it to 8 hours. All right, guys. Have a great weekend. I will talk to you guys soon. Appreciate you. May the force be with you. And keep your eyes open for Ooba. I lost what I was saying. Ooba. Yeah, keep your eyes open. There'll be something popping up in the next few days. All right. Appreciate you guys. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8 hours. All right. See you next Friday. Be good. Take care of yourselves. May the force be with you. Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the force be with you.
Impressive. The most impressive.